better back the fuck up out my face, goddammit. I'm from Detroit, Michigan. Don't play with me.
Hey, howdy ho, Lions fans. Welcome to the Detroit Lions podcast, the 9th annual 2024, it's the first 2024, but the 9th annual NFL draft party with your host, me, dashing and great as ever, and my good friend and also great and dashing co-host, Ash, the man, Mr. Tweets and Thompson. How you doing, brother? I can't believe I called myself great. That was just like not normal.
Well, why not? If you don't, who's gonna? You know what I'm saying? Like,
true, very true.
Never be afraid to talk about how great you yourself are. That's my philosophy, as many of our viewers know and do not like.
Oh man, we're gonna go into this. We got the commish on stage. We got Goff. We got Barry, Hutch. It looks like St. Brown's up there. Let's get some.
Let's turn up tonight, baby. Let's get it.
Hutch going. Got some really good. We're gonna cut in and out
has some money, a little rosé to celebrate the new contract.
Yeah. All right. Here we go. We got Barry. We're gonna come in and out on the audio just so we don't get.
What's up, Detroit? What's up, football fans? Thank you for showing the world how we do it here in Detroit. Great job, guys.
All right. Good stuff. Yeah, we're going to cover it like this. And remember, this is coverage. This is news footage of a interesting event. That's why we're covering this and can cover this live. Like
What up, Joe?
What up, Joe? All right, so we're going to come in and out a little bit, but just so YouTube knows, again, this is coverage of a newsworthy event that we got going on.
Okay. 100%. Spare use.
Detroit, we got fans from 32 teams right down here, and of course, all the Detroit faithful in the back. Welcome to all of you, and most importantly, thank you to Detroit. You guys have been awesome.
You're welcome. Now get out.
All right. You ready to get this show on the road?
Ben ready, baby.
Woo. Okay, the 2024 NFL Draft is now underway.
All right, Chicago is on the clock. They got 10 minutes.
Hey, Chris, what do you think they're gonna do?
Oh, I'm certain they're going. They're probably gonna go Bo Nix.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe they take Malik Willis.
Yes, and a ham
it's
sandwich.
not at 2, but
Yeah. Oh, cheers, by the way, for your rosé. To bring a little class this show. 9 draft parties in. Finally, someone's elevated the game. Put the pinkies up.
Finally, not under any sort of contractual morals clause.
Yeah. This has been
able to
crazy draft season. Talk about contractual, well, not moral clauses, but my work has been bonkers. Ash has managed to save the day. He saved the show. And big thanks and shout out to Ash for all the hard work he's been doing the last month and a half, right. 2 months, while I've been freaking waist deep in the mud.
Thank you to me.
Yeah, he's great. Didn't you know that?
First guy to tell you right here.
So I'm watching right now on the ESPN. I got 8:55 right now. Ash, is that on your feed that you've got going on?
Oh yeah, you're way ahead of NFL Network. So
okay, cool.
I just hit 9:15. So yeah,
okay.
We are on the right one. We're giving you guys as rapid a reaction as we possibly can here on the Detroit Lions podcast draft show.
Yeah. Oh, God. While we wait for the Bears pick, any chance Chris would be willing to reenact the guy on the sidelines during the Saints game last year whose leg got as turned as Detroit is tonight? I tell you what, I talked about the work thing. I have a meeting with a bunch of VPs at 9 a.m. tomorrow, so I can't get as turned as I want to tonight. I will absolutely 100% do that tomorrow, though. And we'll have the Jagger. We'll have the Jaeger out. We'll have the whole thing going on. And so tomorrow's day, round 2 and 3 will be a good time. I promise you, Riley and crew. Welcome, you guys. 9 years, man. 9 years of draft parties. I can't believe it. It's so... I love this show. I love doing this every year. The Senior Bowl. It's just... There's certain seasons of the draft and what we do, you know what I mean? And that some of these things are I love them. I love the sense of where we are. Wow, they're showing a lot of Caleb Williams footage. Why would they do that?
I don't know. That's I've heard that he's like some
Are they
sort
supposed
of
to do it after the pick?
effeminate girly man, I think is what someone in our Slack chat called him. Hey, you know what? He's going to have enough money that he doesn't care what you think in about 7 minutes and 45 seconds, according to the clock I'm looking at.
Yeah, I have a feeling he already does, though, thanks to NIL.
Yeah.
It was,
and that's a huge thing in this draft, man. That has drastically affected the prospects that are available. Because, like, if you don't know that you're absolutely going in rounds 1, 2, 3, why would you come out?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You can just transfer to an SEC school, make a 6-figure salary for the year, and then come out after maybe you got some more tape out.
Yeah.
You know?
We were talking about this, Mrs. DLP. Shout out to the Mrs. DLP down in the truck, working the graphics in the background. We've got some really cool stuff coming for you guys tonight, and she's going to be running that for us. So big shout out to her. But we were talking about it beforehand, and Cam Newton was doing his pregame red carpet stuff. And I was really astounded at the expectation of bling on these players now. And I'm like, they turned it into like an Oscar style kind of event, this red carpet. And I'm like, man, this is like, these guys make this NIL money. They get to the NFL. That money should be just sitting there to live on. That's like their egg. You know what I mean? To hold
Ryan
on
Broyles.
to. Yeah.
The way Ryan Broyles did it with his cash. Never spend a cent.
Exactly. And then have fun with all your NFL money. You know what I mean? Because you don't know what's going to happen, right? But these guys now, they're setting these expectations that they roll in. You know it's going to be cars soon. You know it's going to be helicopters, planes, all the stuff and all the gold, all the diamonds, all that stuff. I think that doesn't set these guys up well. You know what I mean? It doesn't do well for them. So it's the way
absolutely not. But I mean, the guys that are coming to the draft, they're also about to get like tens of millions of dollars in contractual money. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think they're necessarily, they got a few years to figure it out anyway.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
If they don't get hurt. 5:21 left, 5:20 left. I've got on my clock. We always every year ask folks, please don't give away early. We'll have the audio live of the pick with the commission coming on, making the announcement. But in the chat, please don't wreck it. Just let's
everybody chill
together. Let's do this together.
Ain't nobody needs to be first. You know, just like let's all be first.
Let's be first.
You know what I mean? Yeah. Let's.
You are such a teacher.
We have 3 rules, children. I will respect you. You will respect me, and you will respect each other. And anything else that we come up with is just an extension of one of those 3 things, isn't it? Really? Can we all agree on that?
We will have Riz tonight. Riley asking if Riz will be on. He will come on. He will at minimum react to the pick. But he will join us via telefonio as he is working it down at the draft. Word is that let's say a subset of the media have left Allen Park and gone down to the draft proceedings. Why is that interesting? Well, it's interesting because at the draft proceedings, they don't have access to the Zoom call with the pick right afterward. They talk to the pick and their former coach immediately after the pick if they're in Allen Park, and they won't be able to do that if they're in at the draft downtown. So does that mean there's a trade back? What does that mean? We're not sure. You can read what you want into that, but a subset of the media have left and potentially foregone the opportunity to speak to somebody if that's going to be there. So there you go.
So yeah, I mean, does that mean what? Well, who could they possibly have taken?
I don't know. They keep showing this Caleb Williams guy. I wish they would show somebody relevant.
I don't know. He's too short. I don't think he's going to be good.
He needs a shave. Either a shave or he let that thing get a little scruffier. He's just too clean cut. No, he's like like his 5th grade.
He's too scruffy and clean cut at the same time. There's just so many things wrong with this guy.
Yeah.
It's almost like I'm predestined to hate him for as long as he's on that team or something.
Let him go, Bears. Let him go. I don't want anybody to get fired, but I really want to share the Broncos draft board. I just I've got like 40 pictures of it. It's so crazy.
When they're on the clock, you should put it up. At that point, like whatever,
No,
man.
because
You know,
you can tell who
yeah,
it
it's
is.
got more than just the first pick. And
I don't want that person to get fired.
Yep, absolutely.
All right, let's see. It looks like
As
somebody's
great as it would be. Just let us know what number on their board the person they take actually was, because they're gonna say he was number 1.
With the first pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Caleb Williams, quarterback, Southern California.
Now that's a surprise. That's an absolute
Shocking.
surprise. I did not expect
The
that.
draft started at 1. You know, we had no idea what was going on into this. Never has a team been so secretive of their plans since the Browns picked the wrong quarterback at 1 overall.
You know what?
They
Let's
took Baker Mayfield.
let's talk about this, because we're here to talk about your picks. Caleb Williams,
we are.
quarterback from USC, did not do a 40 or have a RAS score because he didn't have enough of the events under his belt. Football game plan. Emery Hunt, did you get the guide? If you haven't, go to footballgameplan.com, get your guide. Emery says that he has elite field vision. He has an answer and a counter for every action count. His play is never dead, nor is a chunk play out of the question either. He's able to generate big plays with his arms and legs. A significant scramble threat, operates rather well, more calmly, in fact, in chaos. Opportunities, areas where he can improve. He does have a bit of the Jameis Winston in him, to where he tries to win the Super Bowl on every play. Will need to learn to let dead plays die instead of trying to force a play to happen. Has some arm arrogance at times, driving a ball into closed window to a blanketed target. So there you go. That's what we have from Emery, and then some of the stats on Caleb Williams. We'll have cards throughout the first round of these players throughout today. What do you think, Ash? Where do you fall with what we got from Emery there?
Well, basically, I agree with all of those things that Emery said. And I know that's a really boring take to have, but like Emery is good at this, and this is a pretty obvious one. Like that is what I think literally everyone who watched him with a critical eye would probably have to say about it. He does throw some arm punts, you know what I mean? So from a Lions-ish perspective, I said earlier in the year that I didn't think they should do this. I thought they should take a haul of picks and let somebody else take him, and they should roll with Fields. And the reason for that is I think Caleb is going to throw some picks and try to make some hero plays that you maybe don't need him to make, particularly because they've kind of improved the players around him. And I think that could create a bunch of turnovers the same kind of way it did for Fields. But the thing is, a rookie quarterback generally sucks. Even the ones we think are going to be the best quarterback in the history of football. Like, look at the stats that Trevor Lawrence put up. Just as an example, like everyone said from the moment he got to college, he was the number 1 pick in that draft. And that's exactly like Caleb Williams is the reason that Spencer Rattler didn't come out 2 years ago. You know what I mean? He just came to that school for 1 year, got Rattler canned basically. So Rattler had to transfer. Then he transferred himself out of there. Gotta love the transfer portal, which like you do in that case, because the coach moved. So like, good that he could get out of there. You know what I mean?
You keep your hands on your Dr. Pepper. So
yeah, 100%. That's
Jared.
I love those ads.
Yeah, Jared Goff chants coming through. Love it. I know it's his special day, but fuck the Bears. It's a flat line. That's that. And I
thought what would have been cool is if they would have just chanted Jared Goff when the commish came out.
Yeah,
for all 32 picks all night.
Yep.
But you know they're going to boo him. Not everyone's from Detroit. Not everyone listens to what I have to say on Twitter. Sadly.
What?
Yeah. Sadly, unfortunately, like now we're at 600 people who have stopped listening to me when I say don't follow me on Twitter because it's not interesting. I had a tweet where I just recapped what the 2 contracts yesterday were, and it's got something like 18,000 views right now, which for me is huge for my tiny little Twitter following. You know what I mean? But like I immediately off that one tweet jumped like 45 followers or whatever it was, and
don't follow, please don't follow.
Yeah,
there they come.
I mean, it's definitely not just like right down there.
Sorry,
every one of these videos. Hey, I do the editing on all the other ones, and it pops up every 5 minutes. So
there you go.
Is what it is, right?
Ryan is asking if I know my win-loss record. Yeah, and it is mine too, buddy. On the post-game shows, I'd imagine Pencil had to drag it down below 500. We need to celebrate when that baby crosses the line. Dude, I tell you what, it was hard. I know the point where my life turned because I was genuinely having a hard time doing some of those shows, and it was really hurting. There was the day that it turned. And I didn't do a show that day because I was in Detroit. I was actually at the game. I'll never forget it. And when it happened, Sandman got video of it. He sends it to me every now and then to remind me, because it was just exuberant joy. There's nothing else that you could explain my reaction, but it was when Amon-Ra made that catch against the Vikings in the end zone that basically turned this team around, or everything turned after that, right?
Yep.
That was the time, and that's when everything magic started happening. And up to that point, I was getting beat down on those Sunday post-game shows, man. Since then, it's been so great. And you're right. Let's Ryan, great call. I'm going to do the math here sometime, and hopefully it'll be this season. I'm not even sure though, but we'll get to a plus 500, and we can have a celebration that we deserve. Because boy, you don't even know, like, because it's a lot of work, like, to set up the show. It's about an hour and a half of setup, right, and about an hour and a half afterward, and then the show itself. And I mean, it takes the entire Sunday. It's football, then the show and all that. And you do that for just a depressing loss, or having your hearts ripped out. Picks in for the Commanders, by the way. Over and over and over. You start to want your Sundays back, man. You start to want it back. So,
on the East Coast, I feel that a lot more. You know what I mean? Like when games started at 11 o'clock because I was in the Mountain Time Zone, not that big a deal. You know what I mean? Like even we do our post game, I'm still out of here at like 5 o'clock. I got a whole evening before things happen. Now on the East Coast, I'm just like, oh God, I don't want to do this. Some weeks.
West
so
Coast,
much this year, though.
West Coast living was great. It sucked to be up at 10 for a game. You know what I mean? But when it was all over, and I watched the end of the night game, NFL night, whatever, I forget it's called, Sunday night or football, whatever. And it's like 8:30 or 9 o'clock, and I can like just get my shit together and then go to bed. Oh, those are good times, bro. Those are good times.
Yeah. Yep. I miss it so much.
Flounder.
If I leave, that's why. No, that's all I had to say.
Because let me hit Flounder here. I'm looking forward to the Bears picking number 1 in 2 years after picking 9 next year. Let's give it 3. Let's let them continue to choke and then go for their next quarterback again.
Well, because that's the thing. Like, you don't improve when you bring in a rookie quarterback for the most part. Like, I mean, Houston did last year, and everyone has that in their eyes. But look at every other team that drafted a rookie last year, and tell me how many of those actually got better.
You got to give them help. Here we go. The commish.
With the second pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders select Jaden Daniels,
there we go.
quarterback, LSU.
All right.
Surprise!
You've known that for a couple days too. That's when the voting odds go to like -9, or basically it's a 1-to-9 ratio on your payout. Like you bet 900, you get 1,000 back. If they do it, you know what's happening at that point, right?
Let's talk about Jaden. Let's give you a little bit of juice on Jaden. And this information will fill in more as we get down to 5, 6 in the draft. A lot of these guys didn't do the testing, but we got a quarterback out of LSU. He didn't do a 40 time. Doesn't have a RAS score as a result. As according to Football Game Plan, Emery Hunt, he's got excellent situational awareness, will throw for the sticks on 3rd and long, knows how to operate well inside the red-green zone, is unflappable in comeback situations. He has underrated arm strength and velocity, and he shows that he can make tight window throws when necessary. Also has a quick release. He doesn't let bad plays linger, above average deep passing accuracy. He needs to improve on a couple things, like his placement. Needs a flat line when he's on. It's beautiful, but gets rushed a bit within his mechanics, which alters the placement. Also has to be better at anticipating opening passing windows. That's Jaden Daniels from LSU, SEC boy coming out. Anything to add about Jaden there, big guy?
Well, that's all basically like common, like good college quarterback stuff. You know what I mean? Like they don't generally get asked to do a lot of anticipation throwing, particularly when they're out talenting everybody like LSU was at the wide receiver position this year. Like they can wait for the guy to get open because he's going to, so they don't have to go through progressions. It's the old Ohio State problem where it's when your receivers, your 3 receivers are the 3 best players on the field at all times. You know what I mean? You don't have to look to see if the backside guy got open because your first read is open every time. And I think that's kind of a lot of what we've seen with Jaden Daniels is like when he sees it, he hits it and he hits it quick, but he is waiting until he sees it the vast majority of the time, which again, that's how college football kind of works. because the windows are open wider. It's just going to be a matter of whether they can get him to throw before he sees it open. And that's basically it doesn't sound like it should be that hard, but you have to have receivers you can trust, which they got Scary Terry. They got a couple other guys on that roster that I think they put him in a pretty good place too. They probably need to pick up some linemen, but yeah, like it's another one where these guys, like, they got rid of the coaching staff that I think was dragging everything they ever tried to do down for the last 5 years. and they because they set up the team reasonably well, but I mean, like, they also got rid of all of their defensive linemen last year for whatever reason. But now they got a lot of picks. They can build around this kid. Should work out pretty well.
Yeah, absolutely. Jaden Daniels' alma mater.
East teams lose some games.
You see him egging the. It's so funny on these where they're like, okay, you're on, and they juice the crowd to react, like these people, you're gonna be on TV, so make sure you, oh yeah, woo, right? It's but when you always see the cheerleader getting them ramped up, it's funny. Picks in for the New England Patriots. They're not used to picking this early, just like we're not used to picking this late.
This is the first spot where we were thinking there might be a trade. So this is the first one that could theoretically not be a quarterback if there was a team that was going to take this draft off script.
Yeah, that's a great point. It's a very good point. Oh man, boy.
I mean, I think it's just going to be Drake May, and that was the only thing that was going to make it not be them taking a quarterback is if Washington had taken Drake May. But that's just me, because like they got some guys in there. That's my theory. I'm not basing that on anything I've seen anywhere. I have several screens open. None of them are showing me anything that's happening before it happens. If I look at my phone, it's because I'm tweeting something, not looking at tweets. You know what I mean? But yeah, it's like that's my call for what I think it's going to be. And I think it's exactly what they wanted, and that's why they brought in Jacoby Brissett, was to kind of hold the fort down, basically because they were hoping they would get this guy, and he does need a little bit of, like, he's not going to be your day one, if that's the guy.
Yeah.
But they did it in 5 minutes, so they knew they were waiting. They saw what it was. They Brad Holmes this one.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to say.
The new Brad Holmes.
Yeah,
New England's on the way back up.
New England doesn't care about Goodell at all. They're just like, F you. We're going to do anything we can to ruin your day.
But the rumors on that are that Robert Kraft is the one actually making decisions on this. So we'll see if they ever rebuild again, because owners being involved in draft picks is the death of every single franchise it happens to.
Look how well it's worked for the Cowboys.
Yeah. Yeah. Like, luckily they spent all those picks from the Herschel Walker trade before he decided he needed to be the guy pulling the trigger to ride Jimmy Johnson to a bunch of Super Bowls.
Yeah. Oof, man, oh man. That's crazy. Yeah, no, Kraft is going to be funny. What do you think? You think
he's just
learned?
Been evil.
You think he just learned it? Like, he got a good rub and a tug, and now he thinks he knows how to draft because he hung out with Belichick for a couple of years. Is that where we're at?
That's why I think I know more than all of the NFL's GMs.
It's got that post-nut clarity after the...
Yep, exactly, yeah.
Kraft.
You just don't make any decisions unless you just got one.
Kraft jokes will always speak in Jesus.
Yeah.
There we go.
With the third pick
Hard to take
in the
him seriously.
2024 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots select Drake May, quarterback, North Carolina.
There you go. Drake May.
Richard in the chat, he did not look happy. Quite true. I wouldn't be either, because as much as I've spoken about how Washington did actually set it up pretty well and Chicago set it up pretty well, the Patriots have nothing.
No.
To support this kid.
Yeah, that's going to be tough. Boston's an all right town. Well, let's get into it. Let's take a look at Drake May.
Yep.
Quarterback out of UNC. No 40-time, no Raz, but shows good velocity on his passes going toward the opposite hash. He's also able to throw with a good arc, and he has good touch on passes traveling deeper downfield. He's a good runner with the ball in his hands, and he has good speed to turn a corner or be trusted with calling quarterback draw style plays. While he's got good velocity, though, his arm strength is just about okay. Doesn't particularly see the field rather well. Will quickly move off of a potential option very early in a route. And even on second chance opportunities, he won't always see the breakaway option. So there you are on Drake May from Emery Hunt. Football game plan, CBS, all the good stuff. Anything to add? He's
kind of got all of those same problems that Daniels has in terms of the college quarterback trying to make the transition, but he also doesn't see it once it opens quite as well. But he also hasn't played 6 years of football at the college level. Like that's the thing with these drafts, right? Is this is legitimately a guy who has very little, like enough. He's got enough starting experience that he isn't in that category of like, if you have fewer than 20 starts, you will absolutely not succeed at the NFL. That is almost 100% sure, but he doesn't, he's not old. Like he didn't take advantage of that extra COVID year like a lot of these guys did, or the like red shirt and then COVID year and then transfer year. Like is Spencer Rattler 35 at this point? How old is that guy?
We got Jeffrey and Tina Canine. I know this is Jeff. My May is going to be on his back more than Robert Kraft.
But
I love a good one.
Yep.
I always
absolutely.
Oh man, that's great. Oh man.
Yep. And he's got some mechanical issues that aren't great that you don't love. Like Joseph just brought up slow delivery. He does have a wind-up throwing style, which has tanked so many guys, but I don't think it's as pronounced. Like there has been quarterbacks that were so slow. I don't know how anybody ever thought they were going to be able to play at the NFL, because like it's almost a full second between when they make the decision to throw and when it comes out. He's not that bad. His feet also suck. And Flounder is just saying, are we talking Tebow slow? No, that's exactly what I'm talking about. He's not Tebow level awful at that particular thing. Like it's acceptable. It's just not perfect. It's one of those
Florida
things
quality.
He's gonna have to learn.
Ash. He's not Florida quality. Is what you're saying.
That's yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's 100%. He could not have cut it in Gainesville during the period where they were cheating like mad to win and letting criminals on their team. Urban Meyer.
Urban's done well everywhere he went.
Amazing how breaking all of the rules that you can possibly break works that way, and then bailing right before the school gets punished for your transgressions.
Pete Carroll too.
Not allegedly. Allegedly.
Oh yeah, that's the word.
Yeah, that's 100%. We're not getting sued. Everything's fine. Yeah. And like this is where the draft gets interesting, because the Arizona Cardinals have a quarterback. They are definitely not taking one. So it's like, is this where can Minnesota get up here? You know what I mean?
Cardinals
or can Denver get up here?
This is moving pretty quick. The Cards got their pick in already.
Okay, so the Cards put it in?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
If they're picking, like, I would be absolutely blown away if this was not Marvin Harrison.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
Anything other than that would be just like a mind-blowing shock.
Malpractice, right? And he's
the thing is, you can make arguments that Neighbors and Odunze are better at specific things. But do you want the guy who's good at one thing, or do you want the guy who's amazing at everything when you're making the pick at number 4 overall? You know what I mean? Like those other two guys are really good. Like, I hope the Lions trade up for one of those. That would be cool if they fell to like 12 and then they pulled it, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. I assume you're cool with me predicting as we go here, just like based on what's happened.
Fun, man.
This is next. All right.
I love it.
I'm curious how I'll do, because my mock draft is already like dead.
It's like, well,
I said May too, because in my heart, I think that's what should have happened.
It's like Risden's March Madness brackets. And I just want to let everybody know, I was in the I Prevail one. I beat all the people you know. Kelly Rowe. I beat Risden by a mile. I wound up like, there was like 120 people in there. And I think I wound up like 30th out of everybody. So I'm not a big hoops guy. I love March Madness, a little bit of fun around that. But, we got another pick here. Let's get it in here.
With the 4th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Marvin Harrison Jr., wide receiver, Ohio State.
There you go. Man.
I believe on my as we're going, I am 4 for 4. All right. That's going to end right here, because I literally I'm like, I don't know.
Oh, man. Kraft apparently made the trip. Someone said they saw him on the water earlier. He was in a tugboat. Let's get Marvin Harrison out there. Wide receiver, Ohio State, again, didn't run the 40. Doesn't have a RAS. Didn't work out. He's got excellent hand-eye coordination and body control, something Robert Kraft is always looking for. Never seems pressed or panicked when the ball comes his way. No matter the space, he's able to find the space to make the catch. Can play inside or outside. He's good on the move. He's got elite level hands, and he can legitimately make any catch thrown his way, even when he's covered. He's open type receiver. Areas for improvement. His route running isn't the best. Could definitely refine his game in that aspect, and some routes aren't as crisp as others. Also, he's going to need to be better at working off press coverage. His hands aren't as active and violent in that regard as you'd like to see. So there you go. A little bit on our guy from Ohio State, Marvin Harrison Jr., who's bound to be just this fantastic player. I think he's going to do very well in the NFL.
Yeah, nothing would surprise me more about this draft than Marvin Harrison Jr. not being a Hall of Fame player. You know, like it's very rare that the first guy who goes off the board at a position, I'm like, mark it right now. I genuinely believe this guy with like who his family is, not that has anything to do with how well he's going to play, but like he knows what it is going to take to be successful in the league, even if you are a high profile guy already. And like he's exactly what the Cardinals needed. Like they just needed someone who can make an incorrect decision or a bad throw by Kyler Murray still work.
Yeah.
Which is something they just haven't had. Like even when they had guys like Hollywood Brown, like that's not a guy with a big catch radius. You know what I mean? That's a little skinny guy. And they just kept drafting small receivers or like, you know, just basically like little gadget guys to kind of work with him. And like that's the opposite of what I think he needed. Like he's a guy who would benefit greatly. Like if he's not going to be tall, he'd probably appreciate it if his receivers were.
Yeah.
So that when he throws up the Scud missile, they can come down with it. You know what I mean?
Yep. We got
and actually I think I do know who the next pick is going to be. I think the next
Wait, hold on. We got 5.5 minutes left for the Chargers.
Yep.
Jim Swanson,
we're going to take JC Latham.
Elite level hands like a Bob Kraft masseuse. I got to get that in there. I can't not make the Kraft jokes. If you got them, rock with it, folks. Dan H hopes that the Lions take Jackson Powers Johnson, and then the Lions, William thinks we'll get an edge or a DB. So yeah, keep it going in the chat. We'll get your stuff in there. We'll follow you. Also, don't forget to hit the like button, subscribe, that kind of stuff. That helps us out. We appreciate when you do that. All right, you're thinking. Who did you say you were thinking the Chargers were going to pick?
JC Latham.
JC Latham,
the tackle out of Alabama.
There you go.
If they make the pick, I think that's who it is.
Yeah. I also want to thank the truck. Well, no, my wife who's in the truck. I got to say this right. Get my shit together. Mrs. DLP is rocking the graphics for us in the background, and they're just popping right on the clock. We got it. All the stuff is working great. Yeah. Thank you, baby. You're the best. All right. So there we go. We got a little bit of Marvin Harrison interview going on stage. Junior, I must say. And
I have agreed to not use her real name, but I'm not going to call her baby. That's just you.
That's my thing. Yeah. William Holly is thinking Joe Alt is coming in to the Chargers. We'll have to see.
That's what I would do. It's not what I think the Chargers are going to do based on some things. That's all I'm going to say.
Just charge.
And you know, like the things might be wrong. That does happen sometimes, but like there are things.
We do
have been said to people.
A Jim Harbaugh influence in the draft room. So this adds a little bit of a flavor to it. We'll see what that means, if anything. We'll have to see how that goes.
I'm not as high on Joe Alt as a lot of people are, as like basically everybody is. He's been just anointed the number one tackle. I think in my mock that I did a couple days ago, he went at 11 or 12.
Yeah.
You know, like I would not take a tackle at the top of this draft. There's like 17 first round grade tackles, in my opinion. Like guys, you maybe not first round grade, but like you could see them getting in at the end in another year. So like I think the end of this draft is just going to be tackle palooza.
Let's put it this way.
As far as the first round goes,
over a decade of first rounds or a decade of drafts, any one of these guys could have gone first round in one of those.
Yeah.
Because you know sometimes it's shorter
exactly.
position. Yeah, right. So I mean they definitely could be there. Coach
In
Tom.
the year where Evan Neal went, I think there's 10 guys who are better prospects than Evan Neal was the year he went in the first round.
Yeah.
Did he go in the first round or did he slide to 2? Whatever.
We're good with that. Thank you, Mrs. DLP. Top level trust, intern level wages. She lives very well. Thank you very much. Yo, Chris, bong hits are legal in Michigan. Yeah, I'm thinking of moving.
The
Ash.
only one who's getting intern level wages here is Ash.
Oh, come on. Interns work for free, bud.
Well, some do. People with terrible interns. Or people with terrible internships.
Yeah. So we've got Jeff K9 is back with Tina. So Ash, are those the glasses? Are they the Corey Hart cosplay?
Well, someone requested that I bring back the glasses from last year, which I did just as a joke because it was the first time Gray was ever on with me. And he didn't know me from anything.
Yeah.
And you may have noticed through all the videos I've done, never had these on, not a single time. Sunglasses inside is what insane people do.
It's draft day.
Or just
Great
people
day
I
to
don't want to talk to.
insane.
If you see someone on a podcast and they're indoors and they have sunglasses on, I probably hate that person. But yeah, it's that's all this is for. It's just someone earlier today was like, "Hey, Asher, you're bringing the glasses back," and I was like, I don't own any sweaters at this point now that I've changed geographic locations because I would literally die if I put one of those on here. So I figured I would just do this.
We'll see if anybody else follows on now, but I had a great idea today that I wish we'd have done. Next year we're getting a draft house, Ash. Like they got, and we'll set it up. Yeah. We're doing that.
I'm in.
Yeah,
absolutely.
We'll get a place and we'll just throw a big.
It doesn't even have to be
party.
where the draft is. We can just meet up in Orlando or something, and whatever.
I mean, they did one in Malibu for the Rams, right? We'll just
about halfway,
up north somewhere, Michigan, maybe somewhere, or Gainesville. We'll go do. Ben Hill Griffin Stadium, whatever. We'll figure something out. We will do some fun stuff. Mrs. DLP's favorite current Lions player. She is a massive tight end person. I probably a Laporta or a Hutch. I don't know. Mrs. TLP, text me. Let me know you're watching. See what we got here.
We hope.
Chargers pick is in. Yeah, I hope.
All right, so they didn't trade out.
We got the glasses.
That's
rock.
Interesting. The Vikings are not taking JJ here.
Ooh, let's see. The Chargers. Oh yeah, they're not taking. I'm like, who's their quarterback again? Can you imagine? Can you imagine if Harbaugh got? Oh man, so cool. That would be I would love it. That's a Tunsil gas mask tier stuff, right? I never really thought of that. But holy cow. Let's see. Their pick is in. We're waiting for the Goodell to come up on stage. He'll be here any moment. Harbaugh. I love Harbaugh.
I'm curious on this one because, I did hear some stuff on this one from some people, and I'm curious whether I can ever trust those people with anything again ever.
I've had a couple of those dash my hopes and dreams.
Yeah, I don't have much faith.
Here comes.
Like I said, I think it should be Joe Alt. I think it's going to be JC Latham.
If he gets JJ for Harbaugh, I can't wait. Let's see. Here's Harbaugh. Or here's Goodell.
With the fifth pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Joe Alt, tackle, Notre Dame.
There you go, Joe Alt. Jeff needs to do keg stands.
Do not what I thought they were going to do.
Ooh, Flounder. Why Orlando? Do a beachside rental in Boca. Orlando's kind of a split the difference thing, but Boca's probably worth it. Or Bear and Sarasota.
A few times I've been there, yeah. I have a really good little pub that just plays the Big Lebowski in the background constantly that I like in Boca.
Let's talk about Joe Alt, offensive tackle out of Notre Dame. 40 time, 5.05. His RAS score, a huge 9.93. Excellent athlete and athleticism for his size. He's able to consistently play with great pad level, which allows him to maximize his blocks and be really high on the charts for one Matt Patricia. He's good on the move on both ends of the offense, also able to reach and angle block. Does a great job firing off the ball in the downhill run game. Shows he can get to and execute second-level blocks. He's a highly consistent player as a blocker. Also, areas for opportunities or for improvement. He's getting an area where he has room to grow, is becoming much more consistent against bull rushes. At times, you'll see him give up too much ground, getting into that danger zone between he and the quarterback. This is what they need. I mean, if there's anything you've seen is quarterback injuries from getting blasted, right? in God, why am I having problems talking? It's early. In LA, this is a good one. This is a big boy that's going to help them out a lot in a very big area of need. Oh God, he's a big dude. Too.
Yeah, they need to do things to help Justin Herbert. Honestly, that's 100% what they need to do to be successful as a team, and have consistently failed to do. Like, despite they spent some pretty high picks on offensive linemen, who was it? Rashawn Slater, who was the guy that both me and Riz actually liked better than Penei Sewell in that draft. Yeah, we were wrong. We were wrong, and we've both admitted that on numerous occasions. Like, he's been good when he's played, but he's been super injury prone, but nowhere near as good as Penei Sewell on his worst day.
Yeah.
So, I'll take the L on that one for sure. But they really need to do this bluntly.
Yep.
It's exactly what's going to make them better. Now they need to get some receivers for them, because they lost all of their receivers too. Like, they just have their first round pick from last year that I think sucks. But why can't I remember his name? Quentin Johnston.
Yeah.
Wasn't a fan of, that like big guy who plays like a small guy.
Yep.
Not my vibe.
Harbaugh is tough to like. Giants pick is in. What do you think? Is this a JJ pick? Do you think they dropped Danny Dimes? I mean, they just put him on a big contract.
Absolutely. Yeah, but then he was so bad.
Yeah.
And like, again, he's another guy where they did not do enough to support him. They gave him an army of not very good slot receivers to throw to. So like, how good are you going to be? And all their offensive line picks have been terrible too. If I were them, I would absolutely
go JJ.
I would absolutely take JJ if I were them here.
All right. My friend's a Giants fan.
Other option,
he knows their epic fails. He knows their epic fails at the draft. He is waiting for him to pick a ham sandwich here. So we'll see. Your other pick would be?
If I wasn't going quarterback, it would probably be, I like Odunze better. I suspect they're going to go Neighbors.
Yeah, got it. Really quick, Mrs. DLP got her favorite line into me. I should have known this. Here's the answer. Each one is its own line of a new text. Dan Campbell, Dan motherfucking Campbell, Dan Big Balls Campbell, laugh emoji. Duh. It's always
and I heard that in her voice.
Yeah. Oh man, I knew that. I was stuck in player land, but there you go. Just good girl. All right, pick is in for the Giants. We'll see when Goodell comes on. We'll get the audio for that. We've got the pick from Ash, the pick's potential. Question from Richard Stanzak: is JJ really much better than Jones? You got to be quick, because here comes the what?
Can't be quicker than that. Yes, he is.
There you go. All right. Goodell coming up. I thought he was coming up. Yeah, here we go.
In the 2024 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Malik Neighbors, wide receiver, LSU.
There you go. Malik Neighbors.
All right.
Let me just really quick. It's going to take a second to get into focus, but then this is what followed up on the text.
It's a handsome feller.
Yeah. Looks just like me back then. Actually, there is a resemblance. We definitely had the same haircut. Let's get into Malik Neighbors a little bit here. Wide receiver at LSU, 4.38 in the 40, 9.67, just blowing out the Raz. One of the more explosive talents in the class. He's got the ability to go from 0 to 100 like nothing. He's tremendous burst and explosion off the line of scrimmage and into his route. V-zone is a significant threat. He breaks a lot of tackles, and he's a physical player. He has the ability to win versus man with his quickness and his acceleration, and he creates the separation needed. Where he can get better route running, could stand to use more polish, tends to only want to win with speed, which is fine, but he needs to be more nuanced as a pro. That's actually a really good take. That piece, and that is the studying and perfecting your craft. What makes Amon-Ra such an exquisite receiver is the precision with which he runs his routes. Yep. And it's not his blasting breakaway speed. It's not, his burst. Those things aren't bad, right? He's not hurting, but his absolute route perfection is what makes him the highest paid wide receiver in the NFL right now. And congratulations, Amon-Ra St. Brown. Well deserved, man. Well earned.
Well, as of a couple hours ago, he's not anymore, but
okay. Well,
and
we had a podcast. I didn't have
when
a
you
chance.
look at those contracts, when you look at that contract, he never actually was, you know what I mean? It's just the agent reporting is always way higher than the actual deal ends up being. It's a thing I got in fights about on Twitter for some reason, because I don't know why people keep contradicting me when it comes to how NFL contracts work. Like, that is one thing. There are very few things I would say this about. You do not know more than me about how NFL contracts work. Just throwing that out there. But yeah, like it's because of the extra year, basically, like it's tacked on after this year. So instead of being a $30 million contract, it is actually just like right at 25 is what his average cap hit ends up being over the course of his 5-year deal. So
yeah, and that's I've said this and I took heat for it, but now others are starting to get a chance to see it. And this is what I said it out. I said it at the time. It's not a knock on Schlitt, right? But he's the guy that everybody kind of knows. But if I want cap information and I want to know that it's right, I go to Ash every single time. This is his special need. This is his special power. he has they make little ribbon stickers for his ability to fucking handle the cap information, because nobody processes it like Ash does. Freaking incredible, and nobody understands the cap that I know as well as Ash Thompson. So I've said it before, and again, I would always go to him first before I listen to anybody else. Even when I see something from people who are usually pretty good, I run it by Ash, and generally there's a correction or they didn't take into account to X, Y, or Z. So there you go. I'm just telling you, you guys will see it, and if you've been watching his videos, you've seen it. He knows the cap like nobody. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to. I've been under the table twice now for you, Ash. Yeah, that's my special power.
So I'm not used to people being nice to me now that I've moved to Florida.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry your life sucks. There, I'll give you a little taste of Canada.
I'm sorry
there.
That happened to you. Yeah, that is the Canadian sorry. It's like, I'm sorry this is happening to you. Have a great day.
As another one comes in.
Yep, exactly.
Your face is being flattened right now.
Probably move your head, bud. Yeah. That's I forget what I was going to say.
What happened to all the trades? Mike Hodges. Because they're always more of a mock draft thing than real. They happen in real life, but it's not as much picks in for the Titans, by the way. It's not as prevalent as people like to dream of. At 9:22 left. Oh wait, maybe they're on the clock for 9:20. Maybe Atlanta's on at 9:22, but I don't think so.
Anyway. And the thing is, like, the Vikings may have desperately wanted 2 quarterbacks in this draft. They might have gone pick 2 and 3, and now they don't care. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that's legitimately, because like you can make an argument that, okay, how much of a drop off is there from JJ McCarthy to Michael Penix? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Like you honestly, you take that Michigan game out of Michael Penix's like tape, and he's better at almost everything in terms of the footage that he put up. But
I'm gonna give you something. Oh God, I'm having a hard time. I'm gonna flip the fucking script on this. I think it was TCU, but it might have been Georgia. There's too many years that run in a row.
Yep.
Hutch. That last game that they lost in the playoffs, and they said, they stopped him. They stopped him. Did you see that? Yep. Nah, he's not. He doesn't. One game, right? One game against a really good team who was stacked really well against. It's college, right? So you have strength against maybe some weaker guys at different places.
Mm-hmm.
They doubled up on Hutch. People thought, oh no, and look what you got in Hutch. He's way more than all the. And this is the thing there's a saying, a game I played way long time ago. It was actually one of, if not the first, one of the first massive multiplayer online games. It was 1989. I played it. I started playing it. It was before anyone knew what the hell an internet was. It was on a Genie network, right? They had a community manager for the game before anyone even knew what a community manager was. That was his role. And people would bitch about this or that with the game all the time, and they would talk about it. And he came up with a line that was exactly the right line. And it was, you could get them all laid and they'd still bitch. And that's the thing. We picked Hutch. You could get those guys. You could have got them laid. It wouldn't matter. They'd still bitch. You got them Hutch. They'd still bitch. This is going to exist. Don't let these people get under your skin. After Brad Holmes picks, just like last year, just like the year before, they bitched. Guess what? They were wrong. Doesn't matter. Don't listen. Don't get angry. If you're getting angry about people's takes on sports, about the nuances of the draft, you probably need another hobby that doesn't make you angry. It's okay. It's okay. You don't know nearly as much as the people making the choices. You like to think you do, but you're not doing it. Don't worry about it. Let it play out and see what happens. It's entertainment.
My favorite thing about doing the Draft Miss videos this year is that there's still a contingent of people who don't understand how sarcastic I am. So like when I say something like, I know more than Brad Holmes or just slightly less, I'm joking. Like the gulf of just available information between those two human beings, me and him, is so vast that like it's absolutely ridiculous that a person could think that I actually think I somehow am qualified to be on that same level of player evaluation. Like it's ridiculous. Now, half the guys on ESPN will tell you that they are, and like they're also wrong, but they're less wrong than I would be. Mm-hmm. If that makes sense. Like we don't have a big PFF media partnership where I can pull up every single snap that a guy did in third and less than 5.
Ooh, let me give you that. Sorry, I'll give you the link.
Okay. If we have it and you haven't given it to me, I'm actually quite angry right now. Because I would have just spent this entire time just sitting there watching all of that. That would have made watching tape a lot simpler. You jerk.
Oh, wait, hold on.
The Tennessee Titans select J.C. Latham, tackle, Alabama.
All right. I completely brain farted on it. I use it every week for the show.
Dude, you're killing me.
Oh my God. Oh my fribbing God.
I didn't think we had the media partnership. That makes me very unhappy. Okay. All right. Well, no, good to know for my videos are going to get a lot better.
Just in time.
What did our good friend Emery have to say about J.C. Latham, Chris?
Let me tell you what he had to say about J.C. Latham. Offensive tackle out of Alabama, didn't run the stuff, but he's a powerful player who has an excellent anchor. He's able to stop defenders dead in their tracks. There's no bull rushing happening versus Latham. He down blocks and combo blocks really well. He's able to effectively turn and seal defenders in the run game. He has a couple opportunities for improvement. According to Emery, he has a tendency to duck his head when he's trying to fan out block and leaves himself susceptible to swim over moves. Also in that regard, he can be a little aggressive in getting out with this kick slide, open the gate for an inside move as well. J.C. Latham, offensive tackle, a good piece for a place like Tennessee. I love my guys. Wrong button. I love my guys in the trenches. And that's a guy that I would not mind having on the Detroit Lions.
Yeah. Not at all in any way, shape, or form. Like the holes in his game are minor and easily coachable.
Yeah.
Because like he doesn't have to do that to keep up with guys. It's just something he does. And like someone like Hutch will go inside on him and eat him alive. I don't know if we play the South this year. I can't remember which AFC division we're doing. But like that's the kind of thing that would give him problems. You know what I mean? Whereas someone like James Houston, who's just going to go around the outside edge, not nearly as much of an issue for this guy.
Yeah. Titans fans are having a meltdown in the Reddit sub. And I didn't give a call out to Riley earlier. He said, Ash cap, no cap. Absolutely 100%. And here he is in Cap Town from Sweater Town, having moved to the warmth, the warm embrace of Gator country. Let's see. Holmes. So here you go. So Holmes is perfectly right all the time. Why do you have a job if that's the case? You don't really offer any insight. Oh, okay, cool. Thanks for joining us. Have a good time watching the show. I don't think you understand how all this works, I guess, but that's okay.
100%. Yeah.
Let me know what he told you. Let's see. Turner goes to this pack. Brad will go over the phone if he wants verse. Tox fans are sad people. They are. Who's going to trade the Bears for number 9? Got the Falcons. Pick is already in, so we'll see what they have going on. Who's going to pick for number 9? What's going to happen?
What are we doing? Who's up?
Atlanta, the Falcons.
Atlanta. They should be. God, what is the pass rusher from Alabama's name again? I'm blanking.
Are you really killing me here?
God. Okay, bringing up a list here quickly.
Yeah.
Dallas Turner.
Yeah.
If it's not Dallas Turner, I'm going to be pretty surprised. But
let me pop open PFF quick.
I think Liatu Latu is a better player, but he's got that neck thing that I think is just going to drop him significantly down boards. The first team that thinks his medical is good enough will take him.
Right.
But
right.
I suspect we're looking at the easy, much less dangerous bet on Dallas Turner as the pass rusher for Atlanta. That is one that basically has been in everybody's mock since about January. And when that happens, that usually does end up being the pick. And the other thing I have to say is if the line for you to listen to somebody's content is that they know more than Brad Holmes, you should never watch any content of any kind ever, because nobody does.
Yeah.
Who does this? If I did, I would have a much higher paying job working for one of the NFL teams.
Oh man.
Ridiculous.
Right. Good times. All right. They're looking at Penix. They're looking at JJ. They got a lot of people they're looking at. Really quick, Flounder hit us with the super chat. Thank you, sir, for the super chat. Appreciate you. What do we got? We will export Valenti and his crew to Green Bay. No charge. 100%, man. 100%. Let's see. Let's see. Oh, kid's fun. He really wants this one. Yeah, you know what? I did. Brad popped his head out of the draft room. Someone asked him, why the heck aren't you trading up? What's going on? And we got this out of Brad.
You better back the fuck up out my face, goddammit. I'm from Detroit, Michigan. Don't play with me.
Yeah, so he went back to the room after that one. So that's all Brad Holmes ever says on this show. It's amazing. He's a one-track mind kind of cat.
Consistent person.
Yeah, very much.
The message is always the same.
You know where he's from. I know that.
Yep. And I know what he wants me to do.
Yeah. Oh God, I love that guy. I don't know why. He's my soulmate. All right, here we go. Let's Goodell stumbling on a stage. He hasn't seemed like he's been getting too drunk tonight. We'll see what happens as tomorrow goes on and as the night goes on. But the picks are coming pretty fast and furious.
24 NFL draft. The Atlanta Falcons select Michael Penix Jr.
What?
Washington.
Okay, so this is the part where everything goes sideways.
Wow.
They just spent a whole bunch of money on Kirk Cousins, man.
Wow, man. This is okay. So the strategy here is they don't want him to play right away. They want him to grow. They want him to they don't want to put the pressure on him. They want to give him a chance to get used to NFL life and become what he can be. Let's talk about Michael Penix Jr., quarterback out of Washington, hit a 4.58 40, a 9.75 RAS, has top-notch velocity on his passes, can really put the ball into some tight windows, has the confidence to make those throws. Remarkable jump in his game. Productivity coming from Indiana to Washington. That's what's consistent, however, is his ability to handle situational football well. Opportunities for improvement here. His placement is inconsistent. Too often you'll see receivers having to reach back or stop in their tracks to make a reception. We saw that against Michigan. And a part of that's tied to the lack of touch and an anticipation on some of his throws. Michael Penix Jr. is now an Atlanta Falcon. We've got the Bears back in the clock with 4:24 left before they go. Anything else on Penix? What you're thinking?
I love the player. I'm just shocked that they took him. Like my mind is legitimately gone just blank from surprise on this one. Like, he's an accurate passer. He's a really good downfield passer. So he'll take advantage of guys like Drake London and Kyle Pitts in a way that Kirk Cousins probably can't. It's like Kirk Cousins' contract, man. Like, he signed a 4-year deal that they can't get out of until 2026 without losing cap space. So like, this is madness. Basically, in terms of like, I don't understand what's happening here.
Is there something wrong with Cousins? Could something have happened? Like, could he have some injury? Could there be something that's like, I'm possible. I'm trying to figure out the why. Right?
Yeah, this is one of those make this make sense things, because I kind of can't.
That's 3 years that he's good. If they can't get out from under Cousins, it's 3 years. They're going to set him 2, and then they pay for 1 year or whatever. But man, I don't know.
They can get out next year with a $40-ish million dead cap, which I guess if you're building with a rookie QB, you do get the flexibility to do that. But it just and a lot of it, as far as signing bonus goes, there is only $50 million in signing bonus, which they can't trade him right now because that would hit and they would lose another, in addition to the $25 million this year they already have on him, they would lose 25 more.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
And 100%. I didn't bring up their total cap numbers, so I don't know if they can even do that. But that is a thing that could be happening too. Like, what if the Vikings really want Kirk Cousins back?
Yeah.
On this new deal.
You know what
I mean?
It's funny because it's Gary's got that. Jeffrey's got there's something wrong with Cousins. He's a douche. Gary Luke, Falcons to trade Cousins to the Vikings. You know what? If the Vikings are at a point right now where they can't, if they can't trade for what they want, and there's a sealed contract right now, it's not out of the realm of possible. It's crazy, right? But it's not out of the realm of possibility.
It would go under the possible all-time worst blunders a GM had ever made if Penix didn't work out.
Ooh, yeah, it's it's bigger than Ebron tier for sure.
Let's say that you're them, and what's being offered right now is Denver's pick just slightly after this, and say Cortland Sutton for Kirk Cousins.
Oh man,
some Bears ridiculous thing like that's happening.
I don't know if I mentioned this. Bears pick is in, so we'll see what's going on.
It's probably Roma Dunze, just to have the apocalyptic thing I really didn't want to have happen.
Oh, it's not that. There's a rumor working right now. Wait, hold on.
Here's Roger Goodell.
With the 9th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Rome Odunze.
That's it. He knew it.
Wide receiver, Washington.
He knew that. He called it actually before doing the red carpet thing. Interesting.
Gross.
Yeah. There's a rumor from Rappaport right now that the Jets are working a trade. So we'll see what happens from that. Go ahead. Sorry.
Interesting. Okay. Well, that's cool. Yeah. So Rome Odunze is awesome. And this sucks.
Yeah.
If you're a Lions fan. So shall we bring up Emery's view on why that's the case?
Let's do exactly that, Ash. Rome Odunze, wide receiver out of Washington, 4.45 40. Doesn't look that fast on TV. 9.92 RAS score, which is just disgusting. They're happy in Chicago right now, and they really should be, and I hate that. He plays a physical game both with and without the ball. He's a strong run-after-catch player because of his ability to break physical tackles. He's a great sense of timing as well in terms of making a play. He gets great releases off the line of scrimmage and is able to quickly stack the DB and increase separation. He works well at all 3 levels of the field, has the ability to quickly get in and out of his breaks. He's a bona fide X receiver. Opportunities for improvement. Love the physicality he plays with, but I would like to see it show up more within the route regarding getting the cornerback's hands off of him. Has to be much more violent than he is in that aspect of his game. Would like to see him be quicker in recognizing zone coverage and break off his route and settle down and make himself available. Here's the thing. The thing that really stinks about this is the Bears, for once, very likely could have some receivers and wide receivers and a quarterback at the same time, which is not a Bears situation. Minnesota on the clock.
And a decent tight end and like some pretty good running backs and an offensive line that like they still need a few pieces for, but I suspect they're going to get them in round 2. I hate this. As a Lions fan, I hate this so much.
JJ McCarthy, I bet. Jets traded with the Vikings. Vikings are on the clock right now.
Yeah, that's got to be McCarthy.
Yep.
Which
that
is
sucks.
Another thing I hate. I hate everything that's happening right now. This is terrible.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean I don't have faith in, the team this year or anything. Like, don't start throwing that evil on me. Like I've besmirched the good name of our Lord and Savior Brad Holmes, but like
I will beat your ass.
Also, yeah, and you should. All other teams also are capable of making good decisions, and I think the Bears have actually had a really good offseason.
Let me ask you this. Do you think this kind of puts a little pressure on the Lions to jump up and grab Terrion?
I don't love Tyrion as much as a lot of people do.
Okay. Go on.
Like,
or let's just say a cornerback.
Quinion Mitchell? Yeah. Like, let's throw everything we have at the world right now and pick up Quinion Mitchell because we need somebody who can handle this speed, and we don't have it.
Yeah.
Actually, well, that's not even true. Actually, the guy they traded from Tampa, who's God, why is everybody's name not jumping into my head today?
I have that problem right now too.
Yeah,
trying to drink the names in, and it's not working.
Read so many things in the last week, just doing day 3 guys and finding things and stuff. And Carlton Davis, that's not even hard. He's pretty quick. But yeah, the Bears had one receiver and threw for 1 billion yards to that one receiver on us last year. Picking up more help in the secondary is always good.
Yeah,
I guess is the answer to that. So if you want, Cooper DeJean can run just as fast as Rome Odunze, so maybe that's our guy. Who knows?
Yeah, there you go. Oh gosh. Full Metal Savage. I don't know if I got it. The Bears got the second best Washington receiver, right? Ass Polk gang.
I do love Polk. That's still my hope for our late first round pick. Is Jalen Polk does a lot of things that the Lions really like to do.
Yeah,
but
Vikings pick is in.
No, Odunze is better.
Let me ask you this: do you let the draft moves of your division force you to move position and trade your pieces to react?
No. That's the one thing I had to say about your question previously that I didn't get to is not really. If you think the guy is worth the trade, you make the trade no matter what your division does. But with that said, when you're making your plans, you have to plan to be able to get out of your division with wins.
Yep.
If that makes sense. So there is a balance there when you're planning all of your stuff, and one of your competitors just drastically changed what they are, but I don't think this is particularly a surprise. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If I told you before the draft that they were going to come out with Williams and Odunze, you'd be like, oh, okay, they got lucky and he fell until 9. From maybe 6 where I, thought he was going, or whatever. Not a drastic, insane, they weren't drafting 18 and got the 3rd best receiver by draft position.
This now makes Atlanta's move even more questionable. It's just malpractice, I guess. We'll see, but
yeah, it's insane. They have a guy, like I said, that they can't get rid of for 2 years at a really high salary ticket. We're not talking small cap hits.
Yeah.
And they lose $65 million if they cut him right now. That's obviously not what they would do. They'd trade him, and a bunch of his salary that is guaranteed would go with him.
Even outside of this cap piece, though, right? It's the value you've lost at adding to your team somewhere else. That's the thing with a pick, number 7 or whatever it was, 8. That's a lot of value. That's a freaking starter. And now you drafted a backup. So you've made your team effectively worse by not getting talent when everybody else is. Just comparatively, you've hurt your team. I don't understand that move at all. Just from the quality of your players, what you've done with the quality of your players. So the quality of your
also
your
not for that guy.
Yeah,
like you could sell me if Drake May fell to right there.
Versus
you know what
a
I
good
mean?
one.
Because that would be a thing. Sorry.
Just go ahead.
Yeah.
Just reacting to a chat piece. Go ahead.
Okay, you could sell me on the idea of taking this quarterback right here if it was a different quarterback. But Michael Penix is like 35 years old.
Yeah.
Like he's not a developmental guy who needs to sit for a whole bunch of time to ever potentially be a good quarterback. Like Anthony Richardson from last year. You know what I mean? If you wanted to say, okay, we're going to keep Kirk Cousins around for 2 years and we're going to take this guy and we're going to rebuild him as an actual NFL quarterback, that would make sense too. But what they've done is they've chosen the most veteran of veteran quarterbacks available in this draft of guys who were potentially first round picks. And they're going to sit him for 2 years. I get that that's the new in vogue thing to take a guy and give him some time on the bench to develop, but it just doesn't seem like strategy is meeting the player halfway here.
Yeah.
And I mean, maybe they can flip Cousins next year.
Yeah. Chris Anton, 0 defensive players taken in the top 10, right? When does that happen before? That's a good point on Cousins, although he's getting old, man. That's going to be a little bit hard to flip him, but they are always quarterback needy teams by the middle of the season. And that's a team that if a good quarterback gets hurt, you could probably take a team desperate to make the playoffs and turn that into some value. So maybe that's the plan. I have no idea. It none of that makes sense to me right now. Let's see. We'll get to the Goodell. He's making a charity
Minnesota
announcement
Vikings selection. We are honored to have with us the surviving mother, brothers, and nephew of fallen hero, United States Army Sergeant Zachary Ewing. Zachary died after a battle with cancer, a cancer that was discovered after he was injured during his second deployment to Iraq. We salute him and thank his family and TAPS, the Tragedy Assistance Program for Survivors, which offers care to those grieving the loss of a military loved one. I'm now going to turn this over to Sergeant Ewing's nephew, Asher, who will announce the pick in honor of his uncle.
With the 10th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select
J.J. McCarthy,
quarterback, Michigan.
There you go.
Yeah. That makes me unhappy. Because I really like JJ McCarthy, the prospect, and have basically through the whole process, it's
Let's talk this. No defensive players taken in the top 10.
Yep.
That's interesting. Not sure that's happened before.
No, I very much doubt that it has. And I don't know that when we look at this draft in 5 years, that's going to seem like a great choice. Just based on the positions that were taken, because wide receivers drafted highly have a tendency to bust. Quarterbacks who've drafted highly have a tendency to bust. So they might be looking at this and going like, how did Jared Verse slide to 20 where the Lions signed up to trade for him? Or traded up to sign him, to pick him,
Yeah.
That's what we're hoping for at this point. The quarterbacks just got better in this division, and we need to make them feel pain.
Yeah, we need to scare them. We need to make them flip their wiggles.
Yep, because the O-lines are still not good. So let's plug some stuff in that's going to make that a problem.
That's actually a really, really good point. The problem is like you said, tackles go deep. I'm not sure when Chicago picks next, but I have a feeling that's where they're gonna start trying to plug that up as much as they can. We'll see. But Full Metal Savage, I must break you, Detroit Lions. So we'll see.
Yep.
Yeah, Logan, I wanted to enjoy watching JJ succeed. That's why I divorced players after college. I don't care if they went to Ohio State or Michigan. I mean, it's nice if they're on your team, but otherwise, God.
Yep. Well, and you also don't have to hate every player on opposing teams. You know what I mean? I have liked a lot of players that were taken by the Green Bay Packers. So I'm not cheering for them on Sunday, but still nice to see a guy that you like do well when they're not playing the Lions.
Forgot to talk about JJ. Quarterback out of Michigan, no 40, no Raz. He's got an excellent velocity in his throws, allows him to threaten every area of the field and even threaten and exploit tight coverage. He's got very good accuracy and placement on his passes at all levels of the field. It's impressive to see how pinpoint he can be with a high level of velocity at which he throws. Lack of top option. Wow, that's a lot of funny words. His areas of opportunity. He lacks top-notch anticipation on his throws, which ultimately affects the timing. From an anticipation perspective, he waits until the receiver is like totally open before feeling comfortable in throwing the ball. And from a timing perspective, him waiting for the guy to be open, especially when trying to throw outside of the numbers, ball's late and inside and subsequently picked off or batted away. Hopefully we see a lot of that. We've got the Jets pick in. The Jets, and then I'm showing the Broncos on the clock. I think we finally stumped the truck. We'll see what's going on. Oh, wait. I'm here. Oh, there it is. Okay. No, it was there. Sorry, truck. I was late. All right, let's get back to it. Love you guys, all the shows. Thanks, JT. Appreciate you. Yeah. It's been tough for Riz and I to get together just because of stuff going on. There'll be a lot more Riz and I coming on, but Ash has really been holding down the house, and Bish and Brown have been killing it. Love the team we've built here. That's such a great group of folks that, as real life happens, the picks in for the Jets, by the way, as real life happens, we've got a good group here to help hold everyone else up and keep you guys and gals entertained and full of information. So thank you for the nice stuff. Nice words. Jets.
All allegedly.
Pick his nose. We'll see what's going on there. I imagine Denver is on the clock after the Jets. Right, Truck?
That is what is supposed to happen.
Got it.
I mean, I guess are we going to get Bo Nix in the first round now too?
Denver's on the clock because the Jets pick is in. Shut up. That's what I was just told.
With the 11th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Olu Fashanu, tackle, Penn State.
All right. Olu Fashanu. Not going to say that one a lot. I'm glad.
I thought it was Fashanu, but I could be wrong. I'll take the commissioner's word on this one.
Going with the commish because they probably gave him a enunciation guide. Let's get Olu up there. He's still trying to run the 40. And he has got no athleticism. Now, those are NA. He didn't do either one of those. He's got elite level strength that he uses extremely well. He's able to get his hands on the defender quickly and keep him at bay versus the pass. He also shows a technical skill to rework his hands inside for better leverage in the run game. He also has the length to reach block, pin, and seal really well. Surprisingly, gets good knee bend, is able to rake guys out of the hole as well. He's also able to anchor well in pass pro. Opportunities, areas for improvement, still has room to get stronger. Right now is good strength, but just okay power. He's developing and adding power to his game that could make him an even better pro. There you go. Emery from Football Game Plan. If you don't get his guide, you don't know drafting. I mean, just the information he compiles on these players. I mean, you don't have to like the order he puts them in, but
exactly.
The
nobody
information
does,
is fantastic.
and he's fine with that.
Yeah. Well, he nailed Gibbs over Bijan.
He'll tell you who a player is, man. You know what I mean? Like, he will tell you who a player is.
Yep.
That's the one thing you can say about Emery. He values things differently than a lot of people do. Doesn't make him wrong.
Yeah.
What I love about this guy is his feet. Like, if you watch him play football, his feet never stop. And they're always adjusting to get him into the right position, and they're in sync with his hands. And that's where there's a lot of disconnect with a lot of players between like when they're planting their feet and pushing and when their hands are punching. Mm-hmm. So they lose power. He doesn't really have that. Like, he does need to get kind of just a little like bulkier, if that makes sense. Like, he is a very rangy looking, over 300-pound man. Like, he looks more like a power forward than like a 1980s fat guy O lineman, You know what I mean?
Yep.
Which is the
100%.
opposite of what the Jets have done historically speaking. Yeah.
So what we got going? 20man just confirmed the pick is in for the Broncos. 20man just confirmed the first time in NFL history, all offense in the top 10. Goodell was saying that is like Chris saying our warrior, like I used to. Ash, those Huskies. Ash is great. Being a Midwestern, I enjoy the sarcasm. I absolutely love Ash's sense of humor. I mean, I know it's an acquired taste, but it's fantastic. It is absolutely fantastic. I never take myself seriously enough for it to bother me, but I love how he just pulls people's chains. Bro. And those are the people I do that to my family. My wife still takes the bait. Like when I do, I pull shit like that and she'll be like, what are you doing? And then she's like, God damn, you did it again. I love that kind of stuff. I just, for some reason, I just love seeing people react to sarcasm like that or made up shit. It's fantastic. So, let's see. Kevin, I've enjoyed not having to read into draft prospects this year. At what point do we start to worry about teams taking our potential targets later than pick 20? I think that's a good start. Although I'm not certain that the team won't trade up into the teens here. So it could be that teams might be pulling out guys we want as well. So look, through 32 is going to be interesting today. And tomorrow, just because, as Brad said, he's not afraid to make bold moves. And I kind of expect something today, probably something tomorrow, out of Brad and team, to just kind of rustle people's jimmies. It's just who he is and what he does. So, oh man. Yep. Ash's defeat like Riz's to hips. There's a subreddit for Ash, I know.
Talking about how I could start an OnlyFans for my feet, and I'm like, I don't want to interact with the people that would be that interested in my feet. Like, they're not great.
Detroit fans have tasted so much Ash for so many years. We should be used to by now.
I think people would be, man. Like, it just, I don't understand some people sometimes.
Ash's defeat like Riz's to Gout. Gout shout out. Deuces to
gotta get it in whether he's here or not.
Shingles don't care. Riz is complaining about the cell service and the Wi-Fi being saturated. He said media's leaving because the Wi-Fi is so bad. That's interesting. Gout does care.
I don't know if it's the Wi-Fi being bad or the fact that, like, for example, if you're trying to look up depth charts on our lads right now, good luck.
Well,
that's not happening. Or Spot Track after, like, I swear to every single media person was immediately trying to look up Kirk Cousins' contract because I couldn't actually get it to load for almost 5 minutes. I ended up having to go to a different website.
Mike D.
Just to get the details.
Mike D. Ash, I'll buy toenail clippings. I'll use them as door shims.
Yeah.
That's so disgustingly funny. I love it. Broncos pick is in. That should come anytime when they get back from commercials here as they're rolling back right now. Kevin Newsham, follow up. What names should he look out for our picks there, bud?
He wants names for us?
Yes.
Okay. I have reasonable cause to believe that the Detroit Lions are into players that are good. Like it's so hard to tell. Like the farther Quinyon Mitchell falls, the more likely it is we're going to trade up. In my opinion, or these edges. Like if the edges don't start going soon, there's a pretty good chance we're going to trade up for whichever one of those we like too.
I saw the guy just now in the shot of the Broncos draft room whose draft board I got all those pictures of. I'm just saying.
Yeah, he's in that pick.
He was in that pick. I figured he would be. I hadn't thought about it, but I know
which guy looks like he would hang out with Chris.
Well, it might have been more spy craft.
Let's not say anything. Let's not say anything that's going to incriminate us, Chris.
Hey, look, you can't hang it out there without people seeing it. And by the way, speaking of that, resting asshole voice is the best thing I've heard this year. Congratulations on that one, Ash. That was
it's absolutely my default mode.
For the 12th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Bo Nix, quarterback, Oregon.
There you go.
Oh my God. Spencer Rattler is going to go in the first round. This is insane.
Bo Nix's reaction.
Everybody.
Well, look at that. I got picked. They probably don't know. They probably don't know. They're just sitting there dead faced.
That's crazy, dude.
All right, let's get Bo Nix on our screen while he sits there waiting for his pick to come in, I think. Bo Nix, quarterback out of Oregon. Again, he didn't run. He's not athletic. He's a competitor who'll find a way to make a way, whether with his arm or his legs. He's got good athleticism to be considered a dual threat, very competent coming off of play action. He's got a strong arm that lets him drive the ball with great velocity on comebacks and dig routes. Has easy arm strength as well, doesn't need to load up. Opportunities for improvement, footwork and lower body mechanics need to find consistency. He's got inconsistent footwork, ties directly to the placement on some of his passes being equally as consistent. Again, Emory Hunt, CBS, football game plan, smart guy, puts in the time. He's doing our strengths and opportunities for us here. And I got to thank Emory for letting us use his stuff on the show. He's fantastic, man. Full Metal Savage, this draft is fantastic. It's fucking awesome. Sorry, chaos. The guard you talked about in the most recent video, Ash, thinking about when talking about Ragnow's situation.
I talked about a lot of guards in the most recent video. Like, are we talking? Yeah. That's we need to be more specific than that. Was it like one of the first 5 I talked about, or was it later? Let me see if I can take
Who's your choice here? While you do that, here's an interesting one.
Graham Barton is the one I was most talking about in regards to Ragnow, because he's a guy who just, whatever they need this year, he can probably plug in and be that on short notice. You know what I mean? He can play guard, he can play center. In an absolute pinch, he can also play like right tackle, left tackle, whatever you need him to do. He can do that stuff. That's probably, I'm guessing, who they're talking about.
Yep. Wow. This is
I don't understand what's happening here, because like I was a Penix believer. You know what I mean? Like prior to the Michigan game, I was like, that is a top 10 quarterback. Like just this, that's crazy how good he was up until that moment. And then just in that one game, everything went to hell and all of the draft media went way off this guy. You know what I mean? Myself included. Like I had him in my mock draft, but it was at like pick 27 or something like that someone traded back into the first just to get the 5th year on him. Not this. Like this is insane, because like I think Spencer Rattler is better than Bo Nix.
Yeah,
I like legitimately believe that. And if he goes next, like this is best case scenario for Lions fans. What's happening right now? Let's just call that what it is, because this is a position where, like, now we have had, how many quarterbacks we had? Is that the 6th quarterback that's gone?
Yep.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, we've had 6 quarterbacks go. That was the best case scenario for the Lions, because that means that only 21 players, actually only 20 players, will be gone when we pick.
Let me just really quick.
Even an option.
Yep. Really quick. Trade Hooker to the Raiders for the first round pick. It's an interesting play. Oh,
Vegas Raiders select
too late.
Brock Bowers, tight end, Georgia.
That's another guy we weren't going to take.
Yeah.
That's the thing. There isn't a single player off the board other than the 3 receivers that I think we would have been even remotely legitimately interested in.
Yeah. If Marvin Harrison had fallen, though, I mean, this is
exactly.
Right. All right, let's get Brock Bowers.
There's not anyone we had a shot at.
He's got no 40. He's got no Raz, but he's an excellent all-around football player. You can tell there's a level of pride within his game. Definitely shows up as a blocker. Can play all 3 tight end spots. Elite level, run after the catch player for the position. Has a certain fluidity to his game when he runs. Everything has a purpose and a destination. As far as opportunities to improve, we'd like to see him be a bit more assertive and physical at the top of his route. There you go. A little bit of Brock Bowers running on the field there.
Drafting tight ends in the first round is stupid. That's what I have to say about this.
Unless it's Eric Ebron.
That was no, it's just dumb. It never works out well for any team that's ever done it. Like literally since I think sometime in the 90s is the last time. Someone's gonna say that what's his name in Atlanta that I've already talked about today. having a great day with names.
Let me just real quick.
Falcons.
All offensive players so far.
Yeah.
We got New Orleans on the clock.
Insane.
6:27 left to go. A lot of great players, Hodges. Great players being pushed back toward us. What do you got? So if you're Brad, do you move up to get the best cornerback, or do you go up and get the best edge so you can put pressure on other three teams now in the division? Let's see. A lot of hand-sewn dresses in that room. Hot take, Bo Nix turns out to be somewhere around Kirk Cousins caliber. Trying to catch up with all the chat. It's going crazy. Some guy dialed the chaos up to 11. No.
That's not bad. Kirk Cousins is not a...
No.
That's one of your top 30% of things that could happen when you draft a quarterback.
Yep. Nix equals Cousins would be good because he'd follow up Denver for a few years with cap hits and then go do good work somewhere else. Did Michael Mayer not work out well for the Raiders from last year? I thought Penix and Nix would go late first, early second after a trade up, but certainly not this. I know the league is desperate for quarterbacks, but damn, this is nuts. And this may make the whole trade for Kirk Cousins a more viable freaking option here. Spencer Rattler to New Orleans. Cowboys to draft Rattler in the first to make the Dak boys lose their mind. Wow. No one's going to want to trade up to 29. Just saw New Orleans is listening to trade offers. There we go. 459 left for New Orleans. Sorry, I had to catch up with everything, Ash. There was just a flurry of things going on there. And yeah, Slade's listen to trade offers according to Rappaport. Last time he said that, the Jets traded with Minnesota. So, what do you think? What do we have here?
I would go Mitchell over Dallas Turner. And I think that's your question here in terms of, do you go pass rusher or do you go basically with the edge or verse? I guess you could argue or lots. Honestly, either of those three edges would be fine too. I have nothing bad to say about any of the five players the Lions might trade up for right now.
Looks like the Orleans Saints are going to pit. So, just stay with it. I love these cornerbacks coming down and falling, but we're still only at pick 14. There's a lot that can happen. There can be a run and everything's over. If you're Brad and that's what you want, I don't know, man. I don't know. It may not be a bad time to start really thinking about making some bold moves here. Again,
we're starting to get into the point of the draft where you're not paying next year's first to get here anymore. You know what I mean? And at that point, you have a lot more options. Like to get into the top 10, that was kind of your table stakes. It's going to be this year's first, next year's first, and then something more. Whereas I think we're starting to, the farther we get into this, the more likely it is that he could get up for something he's actually willing to pay.
All right, Juice Stain wants to know right now, if you could have anyone, who would you want us to draft right now?
Right this second? Of everyone who's left, let me just take a look at the available prospects, which unsurprisingly is not a part of the website that's working really well. Why did I even look? It's Mitchell. Quinion Mitchell is the guy I would take all day, every day. Yeah, that's not even a question.
Yeah.
But okay, let's say second. Because Brad Holmes never does exactly what I want him to do. He does the next thing where I'm like, yeah, that's pretty good too. And then it turns out to be better than what I wanted him to do. That would probably, I think Jared Verse would be a spectacular fit on the other side of the line for Aiden Hutchinson.
Oh God.
That's
dude.
Can you imagine
Aleem and
nightmare?
That line would be elite. We'd actually be elite offensive and defensive lines. Which I know is
what they've been
Holmes
trying to do
love,
since the beginning.
Right? Yep. Holmes,
but if they trade up, it's going to be for Byron Murphy.
Yeah,
and I'm going to be like, that's also good.
Yeah.
And then he'll get 9 sacks as a rookie. Just how it ends up working out.
I like Quinion as like I said, and I'm in the moment, and I am reacting to what the rest of the division is doing. With quarterback, and you got Justin Jefferson, and now you got a quarterback in Minnesota, and Chicago amping the game up. You get your cornerback now, and look, it's going to take a year. No one's going to be Superman in year one at cornerback. I mean, Sauce is this very, very special unicorn of a person. It takes time, but it takes time for quarterbacks to develop, and it takes time for wide receivers usually to develop as well. I'd love to see these kids grow up together and fight it out throughout their careers in the NFC North. It would make for some hella fun football to watch. We're not going to win them all
for a decade.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Let's light that one up.
Man, that would be fun to watch, and it would really be something. It would be something. So I like it. I like verse 2. Look, what is it? Pick is in for New Orleans right now. So,
so they didn't find a partner that they were happy with.
You got Indianapolis on the clock right now. Wow. All the movement from the truck, they're rocking and rolling. They're on that. I said it, and it happened. Mrs. DLP is running that show. Like, she told me don't call her the truck anymore, and I didn't mean to. Sorry. I'm going to be in trouble tonight. God, I can't help it. And it's only going to get worse as I put more of these beers down my guzzle.
Yep.
Yeah, Mitchell will be good. The pick is in for the Saints. Indianapolis. Trade partner? Seattle? I could see Seattle. But Seattle wants talent. They've had some changes up there, right?
Yeah, that's the thing. They're switching schemes, I think on both sides of the ball, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
So
you think you can switch your 29 and something from next year to get to make that switch? What's the price of a next year pick plus 29 to get up to 16?
Oh man, I should really have the chart up, but I don't.
All right.
To get up to 16 from 29, you are probably like, you might be able to do it with 2 seconds instead of next year's first.
Mm-hmm.
Which, like, I don't know if that's actually better.
Yeah, no, I don't think so.
Given where they're picking it, that's probably two late twos.
But that's that means you're picking late first and then nothing until late third. That's ugly, right?
Yeah.
You really want your early picks when you're drafting down the draft like we are now. I mean, when you're drafting number 2 or 3 overall, it's a lot easier to blow that around. But man, you've given up a lot of opportunity of talent there for one player right now. But are you going to get that player at the end of the draft next year or the year after? Probably not. You're going to watch your Quinion Mitchells go away every year. We got Goodell stepping up to the plate right now. Let's hear Jared Goff chant. Come on, Detroit. Give it
now, here's the commissioner.
With the 14th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Talaise Fuaga, tackle, Oregon State.
There you go. I know
that fits their needs.
Yeah, and I know the Lions liked him.
There's no reason not to. He's phenomenal.
Yep. Let's talk about him. Offensive tackle, Oregon State. He had a 5.13 40, 9.63 RAS. These guys are all RAS-tastic. Very good movement skills and athleticism at the position. He can get out of there and make blocks off the third level of the defense. Has the athleticism to make cutoff blocks and seal blocks. In pass pro, he does show the right amount of patience with regards to shooting his hands. Every tool he has is judiciously utilized. Opportunities for improvement here. Longer arm defenders have an opportunity to set an edge if they're able to win the hands first battle with him. So there you go. That's the opportunity for him. He was, again, I know he was much loved by the Lions. I was saying go with Oregon. JPJ. Right now, the way this is falling, I don't smell a whole lot of JPJ in our future, to be honest with you. You got the Colts on 6 minutes and 10 seconds down to go for
as soon as there was talk of like an actual real injury issue with JPJ, I think that the idea that was going to happen in the first round was just not there anymore, Yeah. If it ever was, really.
14 in a row.
He's a nice guy.
14 offensive players in a row. It's crazy. Kunal Laklani. Hoping I got you, buddy. 14 in a row. That's crazy. Don't make your kids into defensive players, folks.
Just the defensive players aren't as good.
Yeah.
Is the thing. Like, I thought more would go before now just due to positional scarcity. But the thing is, like, because I don't think, like, once you get past about 6 edges, there's not really much left that can actually play. So I thought that's why I thought edges would have started going before now, because like if you're looking at in the second, third round, you're not getting anyone nearly as good as those top 3 guys.
Right.
Whereas like at an offensive tackle spot, there's probably 12 offensive tackles that will start day one and not be terrible in this draft. Like it's one of the strongest positions, and I think we're going to see a lot of offensive tackles go right now because like we're still only at like number 5.
There's not a lot of Fuagas out there.
No,
you know what I mean?
No, yeah, he was a really good one, but I mean like Fatanu's also awesome. You know,
yeah,
and it just it doesn't stop. It just keeps rolling.
So here we go, and this is where Richard, I'm not rapping on you. You just happen to be a good example here. So don't take this at all personal, right? This could be the Lions' last chance for at least a few years to get a defensive difference maker, move up and take your favorite player on D. I feel that, but by the same token, I'm like, that feels like playing scared and desperate, and I don't like playing scared and desperate. I think the board can come to you, but I don't mind trading off. You know what I mean? I was like, God.
That's the thing too. If they have a worse draft pick than this at any point in the future, I don't care who they draft.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like that means we got to the championship game and won it.
Yeah. How bad is Jack Campbell last year now when he made it to the NFC Championship game, right? Everyone after that game, everyone's like, "Damn it, Campbell! That pick rocked it." Like, no, we had the best season we've had in forever. The best.
Well, that's the thing. If they go off
wins we've had
like Peyton Wilson this year, we'll have that exact same reaction that we'll be dealing with again, where they're like, "Oh, just about as intelligent as the discourse was on the first round picks last year."
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you what somebody else's opinion is, like I made it myself, and it's important.
Nick Hansen he says, I don't know why you guys are freaking out, other than Bo Nix going early and Dallas Turner not going yet. Basically, everyone that's gone so far was projected to go on 90% of the mock drafts. I did not see Penix anywhere near Atlanta at all. Nowhere near that. And that started
every single mock draft from anyone who does anything had a defensive player, specifically a pass rusher. Almost all of them were specifically Turner. That pick.
Richard, Chris, you have more patience than me, and I suspect the Lions too. I don't. There's a reason I'm not in that job. I can talk it, but I don't know that I could control myself. So, Richard, I totally feel where you're at. That's why I say don't be mad at me for what I'm about to say. I totally feel you, right? I'm trying to let my brain and my heart separate a little bit on that one, though. I don't know. I don't know if I was sitting in the chair if I'd be able to do it, bro. So, that's how it goes. But all I know is if I try to tell Brad what the hell's going on, he'd pop his head out of that room and give me
You gotta back the fuck up out my face, goddammit. I'm from Detroit, Michigan. Don't play with me.
And I don't need any more of that in my life. Sorry. I love that guy. Oh, man.
You do not need to apologize for being yourself to me, sir.
Thank you. Pick is in for the Colts. I appreciate that. Because it truly is. I mean, it's unfortunate, but it's who I am. Some people don't like it, but it is who I am. Sorry. If you don't think so after 9 years, if somebody could keep up this fake for 9 years, well, I don't know what to tell you. So
yeah,
we're heading into year 10 in just 2 months? Yeah, 2 months into year 10, my man.
That is crazy.
Longest run of Detroit
Lions. It's nuts. I've been here for 8 of them.
Longer than the Detroit Lions podcast. Think about that.
Yep.
Woo,
man, this is like I'm lost. I think the Colts are going to take Terry and Arnold. Mm-hmm. That's a question someone just asked in the chat. Who do the Colts pick? Like that's if there is a team that's going to be willing to overlook his 40 and just pick a really good player, it's them. Like that they run a cover 2 defense, so their corners don't need to be super fast. So that's my take on that particular question.
Riley, good question. How did you and Ash meet? It was a grinder.
Yeah, we met up at a bathhouse, and after a very vigorous and thorough
craft-like
experience,
crafty situation.
This is craft-esque, let's say. But
let's
more hand jobs.
Let's get
With the 15th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts select Laiatu Latu, defensive end, UCLA.
There you go.
We know who the first team that cleared him medically was.
Yeah.
That's,
Tail all his time, says Mike about our origin story.
Yep. It's a Greek comedy and tragedy.
Yeah.
We'll answer that tomorrow when we're deep in the. Who did they just pick? I don't even know who that is.
Latu. An edge. I don't know that we don't have a card. I don't think we have a card.
You don't have a Laiatu Latu card?
I don't. Really? That's what I'm hearing. I thought I did. I thought we did, but
okay.
We're getting no card on that.
He's a guy who had to medically retire a couple years ago due to neck issues, which is always terrifying. But he found another college that was willing to clear him to play. He transferred to them. I think he's the best pass rusher in this class because he just gives you a really good mix of power and speed that isn't really present in most of the class. If that makes sense. So I don't know if I'm shocked. Yeah. He's legitimately he's one of the people who was guaranteed to go in the first.
Let me talk about some of his strengths here for you, because I do have the football game plan handy. His great combination of eyes and hands. His eyes are always on the prize. His hands are ways he gets there by constantly activating them to get on the block, off the block, after block. Relentless player who does a great job on both ends of defense and pursuit. Arguably one of the best in the class in that aspect. A very good athlete with a non-stop motor. For opportunities for improvement here. Despite the sack production, he's still a very raw pass rusher in terms of signified ways to get there. Can definitely smooth out the rough edges within his game. Also, he needs to continue to get stronger, which will help with his balance as a player as he's on the ground a lot. It's an interesting pick earlier than.
And I just looked up his RAS. It was 9.19.
There you go. Okay. Well, maybe the Colts are smarter than I am. I don't know. Kool-Aid's still there. That's right. His concerns.
He might go for a little bit of a fall.
Yep. What are your thoughts about those injury concerns?
Bad feet are problems, and that particularly for big dudes and fast dudes, that's not good. You know what I mean? It's something that it robs you of a little bit of power. So if you're Newton, that's an issue. It also robs you of a little bit of speed going forward generally, and that's a problem for McKinstry because he ran a 4.49. It's not like he lit it up in that regard. So if he 3, 4, 5 years down the road is still feeling the effects of this, which I believe is what Dr. Liao said, who knows more about this stuff than I do. I'm literally just trying to paraphrase what I remember from while I was editing that spectacular video that he did a week ago. It's the best pre-draft injury content video I have ever seen in my entire life, and I'm not even kidding. Nobody does those. I tried to plug it as much as I could, but I guess this is where my Twitter technique of telling people not to follow me has come back and haunted us. So I was like, seriously, this thing is amazing. Everybody needs to watch this. And got the same number of views all of his videos do, which is
he's
a good number.
Such a good ad. So good. Again, another angle that other people don't have. Another angle that people don't have, right? And that's it. Really quick, Chris and Ash, a couple whose origins are a Greek bathhouse tragedy. We actually met probably about 9 years ago, as we're going into year 10 here, when we started having bringing writers into the site. And Ash was like, I think I'd like to write. And you hadn't done anything before. No, you hadn't, because you were writing books when we started.
Yeah, that's exactly. I had done some really long form, take you 45 minutes to read that the kind of content that nobody actually wants from anybody is kind of what I had done at that point. And yeah, basically I had gone back to school. So I was looking at kind of getting my writing chops back up by just getting into some kind of gig that made me write things repeatedly. And that was it. And yeah, I think there was one that was 6,000 words that I made some poor person who was doing editing for us at that point. I think it was Mike.
Yeah.
And I think, I put that man through hell. That's probably why he quit, honestly.
he didn't
actually, no, he made it until I wasn't writing for this site anymore. But yeah,
he burnt a poor guy.
I get it. I have a whole new perspective doing what I'm doing now for the site on Mike's horrifying experience doing that stuff. Because it was also before there was like, you couldn't just take Grammarly and do it because Grammarly didn't exist.
Right.
At least not in the like functional form that it does now, you know?
Even though they were long, they were really well thought out, high quality stuff, right? And that's one of the things. And Ash and I have been together.
It just should have been chopped into 5.
Yeah. We've been together since. I just really loved what he's put together and what he brings and how smart he is. And like I said, the cap, Ash is like my go-to guy. He's just got it all. He's got the great personality, the great jokes, the whole thing. Just love it. So he's if there's a day one guy, it's Case. Ash is probably like employee number 3. If I was 1 and Case was 2, right? I mean, it's early days, man. And that's where we went. So Don Mon
I remember on that first episode.
Oh, go ahead.
What do you say? I just remember that first episode you had me on with you and Case. You were like, so Ash, tell us about your journalistic background. I'm like, I don't have one.
That was the answer to a lot of the questions from a lot of the people we asked.
I wrote some articles for this like site that I think it still exists, but I don't want to plug it because they're jerks. That was in 2016. I think it does still exist, but you definitely shouldn't go to it. I don't want to poison your computer. But just nothing.
Yeah. DLP is stacked. It's almost like Brad Holmes and the Lions PR department had a baby. Oh, thank you, Dama. That's really nice. We still have early Ash articles in the site. Yes. Oh yeah. Definitely. They're well worth the watch. Mike D, those bathhouses were the first glory holes. They were squares. Ash wrote a couple for the Lions Wire. Did you write for the Lions Wire? I didn't think so. You had an opportunity though, but
not yet.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway,
see what happens.
I'm not saying anything. I'm absolutely not saying anything. No, the other site that I wrote for was one of the fan-sided sites. And again, don't go check out my stuff there because they still make money off it and I don't. So F those guys, I did better stuff for there. Yeah. Actually, that's not true. I was a much better writer by the time I was running one of the fan-sided sites.
Yeah. Let's see. Glad it happened. You guys do amazing work. I remember when it was Ash and Chris Robbins writing book articles. Yeah, Jim Young. Jim Young, you've been here since then too. You were like listener number 2 behind my mom, right? I mean,
I'm pretty sure he was a listener before me. Yeah,
he won our first prize when we did like, what would you for Klondike Bar? What would you do for Lions hat? Seahawks pick is in. That was fun. I remember that. If I keep calling my shot on the pick, I might get one right. Great place to spend the draft. Glad I found you guys. Keep it up. Yeah, we try to make it fun, try to keep it friendly. You can talk, about spreadsheets every day. And it's, there's a lot of people find that interesting and fun, and that's totally cool, right? We go for a different vibe.
And I used to write about spreadsheets. Like literally, I should have just put a spreadsheet up and saved 2,000 words.
Yeah. Jim was listener 3 after your mom and Dylan from. Whoa! Episode 13 checking in. Soccer Wizard. Wow. You guys are rock stars, man. Yeah, that's it. It's just us being genuine, right? None of the EP or the fake hype and kind of stuff.
That's the thing. Really, you might not like me, but that means you actually don't like me. And I'm fine with it, bro. Because I do. I really, really do.
Oh, God, nobody loves me like I love me. Right, Greg?
Nope. Nobody can. Man. No one else has the tools, bro. No one else has the tools.
Anybody set their franchise back 10 years? Probably Atlanta. Come back, Zach. Probably Atlanta. They gave up a whole ton of value.
Still blows my mind. I will never understand that.
Oh, yeah. Oh, thanks, Paul. Appreciate you. You guys are real. Can Mike come back for an appearance? Mike, God, what was his name? Mike the fish. Mike the fish. I gotta call him. I got his number. I'm gonna check in and see. We'll get him back. I liked him a lot.
We lose every week.
He's fantastic.
I remember the chant, man.
He's such a good dude. He had family and everything else. I mean, that's the thing.
Yep.
You start this thing at a certain age. I started when my family was already there. So son's off at college and now I got the house to myself. And like, it's just career stuff getting in the way rather than kids, career, wife, all that stuff. Right. I mean,
every time I've been to the UK since I met Mike or since I started talking to Mike, I'm always in one direction, 7.5 hours away from him. Been to London, been to Edinburgh. He's right packed in the middle of those two places.
East Midlands, as he likes. I think
there was once where like we almost did it, and then I didn't end up being able to make the trip that I was kind of planning. So, someone popped his Reddit name out there from back in the day. Hopefully that's not still accurate, and we're not doxing him.
Really quick for folks, as Goodell makes his march onto the stage here, I'll have to get to it. Let's get Goodell up here right now and let him do his thing about who's.
I don't even know anymore. This could be Spencer.
Thank you to our men and women who serve in the United States military. Your sacrifices to defend our country's freedom do not go unnoticed. Thank you so much.
Here it comes. With
the 16th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Byron Murphy, defensive tackle, Texas.
There you go.
Well, that is the second pick in my mock that I got right.
There you go. Let's pull him up. Byron Murphy, DT out of Texas, a 4.8 40, which is pretty good for a DT. 9.23 RAS score. Big fan of how active he is at the line of scrimmage. If he can't get into a backfield, he's trying to get his hands up into a passing window. Great ball get off and plays with good balance. Having natural leverage definitely helps with that, but he's never playing without good pad level. Big reason why he's always getting pressure. Opportunities for improvement. You're looking over here and you see he's working off one-on-one blocks, but he's fine, but it's working off double teams where he throws some inconsistency at times. He'll either get overwhelmed or stalemated at the line of scrimmage. So it's going to be a little bit of work in the pros, but he's a guy that, you get a good growth potential out of a cat like that. Trade. The Minnesota Vikings are now on the clock. The Jacksonville Jaguars had traded with them. The pick is in. The Vikings traded and ran it up. So let's see what's going on over here in the other part of the NFC. I don't like that. I'm going to hit the chat here really quick because it's flying. Took 10 years to finally found a pinnacle of a man with Frank the Tank. Heard there's some finally priced dinners around his neck of those woods. Everybody that's in Detroit for the draft, go to Malone's. Ask for Frank 100%. The Tank. Tell him you love him. Tell him he's the man. He embodies the emotion of that playoff win. He was absolutely fantastic. Riley, when did the daily DLP start? It started this last fall, actually the end of the summer. Really, we kind of came up with the idea at training camp last year, and it flew together.
The bleachers.
Yep. Holy crap! The Vikings basically just traded all their picks to move up. Do you know what it was, Joey? I haven't seen yet what they gave to move up to 17. This is Ambling Bastard. That's it. Mike the Ambling Bastard. That was it. For sure. Yeah. Nick Anson.
Somebody was Mike the Fish.
Goodell has slipped. I think that was him too. Has slurred multiple times tonight. Wonder if he's boozed, nervous, or in pain meds. Yeah, he's pointed out multiple times.
He's recovering from back surgery.
He gets drunk every year. Goodell. He gets drunk every single year doing this thing. You watch him start out and he's all crisp and clear. By the end, he's like, there's 29th pick in the NFL draft. He's tanked. I can't. Wow. Let's see. If it's Mitchell, I'm going to be pissed.
All NFL events everywhere. That would be the quadfecta of me just hating the NFC North's picks so far.
Yeah. My wife said I have to get off. I'm laughing at my own jokes too loud and the kids are trying to sleep. I hope your night's half as lovely and lively as you are. Hey, Mike D, thank you for joining. Appreciate you. Oh, we got to get the pick.
In the 2024 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select Dallas Turner, linebacker, Alabama.
There you go.
Let's
talk about him.
It's not a fan.
Yep. Dallas Turner, 4.46 40, 886 RAS score. Very good twitch and explosiveness off the edge. Will put strain on offensive tackle's ability to get depth with his kick slide. Will be an effective pressure player as a pro. Underrated in covering speed to power as a rusher. He's able to uncoil into alignment at the line of scrimmage and hold court at the point of attack. Opportunities for improvement. He will find himself getting out of position, trying to gamble and slice inside, sacrificing his gap responsibility, and in some cases give up a run or the quarterback breaks contain. Not going to see a whole lot of containment break from Jared Goff, but man,
that's great for those other teams. Those mobile quarterbacks.
So the thing here is, right, the only two teams who haven't picked in the NFC North are the Lions and the Packers. And we got the Bengals on the clock right now. As I think about this, you know, we had 2 picks for Minnesota, 2 picks for Chicago. Chicago has their picks in hand, so they're going to be fine. Minnesota, though, they have cap issues already, and they're going to be pickless with talent out of the draft with what they're moving here. I don't know what they've given away yet. That's what we need to find out. But this could be detrimental to them more in the long term, and leave them with some big gaps. So we'll see how this plays out, but Dallas Turner, now a Minnesota Viking from Alabama. Here it is. I got the information. So Minnesota got the 17th overall. The Jags got the 23rd overall, 5th round pick, 167th, the 2025th 3rd, and the 2025th 4th. Not as bad as I thought it could be, but
no, if that was all this year, I think that's what may have been what the person who said they traded their whole draft might have been seeing at that point. But and to answer Jason H's question, I don't know if Malone's is closed on Sunday, but I know they must be doing gangbusters business right now because their website is not showing me their menu, making it very difficult for me to do an impromptu read.
You think maybe it's your internet at this point? There's the one common thread between all the down sites. Although I see your face and you're moving pretty well, so maybe it isn't.
Yeah, that's the thing. It seems to be going pretty well so far.
Yeah. You know what puts pressure on quarterbacks? Truly Vodka's Sangrias for $6 at Malone's during happy hour, 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. Thank you, Kevin.
Indeed it does. Thank you, sir.
Lions could do the same. That's right, Brandon. It is open. The book is open right now, and Mitchell is there. Who wants to trade? We know we're friends with. Well, I don't say we're friends, but we're friends with the Rams. Lester could still have a first round pick.
They were trying to go up though.
Supposed to. Well, they're only going to go up 1 if they go up at this point.
Yeah, that is very true.
That bus sailed. Sorry, I like to mix my metaphors sometimes.
A little bit. We have never claimed that we were the smartest podcast. Okay.
No. All I know is that Malone's has loaded taters for $8 during happy hour. You should be reading Kevin's messages here, Ash. It's much better when you do it than when
I pulled it up. They're online. You'll get Malone's, where you can get the Dublin burger, which is a burger char grilled with Swiss cheese, sauteed onions, hickory, smoked bacon, and Malone's own house-made sauce. $13.49. Every single day you can get an under $15 premier burger like that at our friends Malone's.
And just so you know, working the grill is Frank the Tank. So that's not just a Dublin
Frank
burger.
the Tank experience.
Yeah. You're getting it built by him. You better tell him if you want it well done, because he's going to give you a nice, juicy pink in the middle burger if you don't. So
100%. And let's say that you are my friend Chris Robbins listening to this right now, and you're thinking, but Ash, what could I possibly get? I really love Cajun spice on every food in existence because that's what Chris loves. Well, they do have a Louisiana burger for you, Chris. It's Cajun spiced, topped with jalapenos, pepper jack cheese. Actually, that might have some issues with your other medical stuff that you have going on, because it's also got sriracha mayos. This is a burger that bites you back. Comes with onion straws, served with a grilled brioche bun, includes your choice of fries, taters, tots, or a cup of soup for only $12.99.
Malone's. There you go.
It's where the party's at, yo. I don't think that's actually their thing. It's something like that.
It should be. We're gonna make it. You know what? We're gonna make a T-shirt for him. We're gonna wear it in there. Malone. It's where the party's at, yo. We should roll up with a gang, 5 people, 6 people, wearing pirated Malone's T-shirts, like the biggest Malone's fans ever to walk in the door.
I feel bad because the training camp party was awesome and the people who hosted it with us were amazing. Yeah. But I would have a hard time not trying to get you to do it at Malone's this year.
We could do a pregame. We could do like a pre-party party at Malone's. Yep. We should. Yeah, I'm gonna call Frank. His number right here.
Yep. Let's do it, Frank.
Frank the Tank. We're coming. We're coming for you, Frank. You get that grill ready because it's gonna be a party.
Yeah.
I got
high quality food for a very reasonable price.
Do they have a gallery of pictures in there? What's it look like? Do they have a spot we could set up and do a broadcast from Malone's? Like, could we capture a room or something?
Probably. Let me see here.
Training camp is going to be off the hook this year, kids.
No, but they do have photos of their delicious potato skins. Some staff. Looks like they got TVs everywhere. Exactly what you want. I'm seeing this looks like they're set up as like a banquet hall kind of deal for something. Yeah. So I think they could probably pull this off.
Yeah, Malone's.
Tune in for the draft. Get the inside scoop on where all of the cool stuff we do this summer is going to be.
Yeah, this summer's going to be rip. It's going to be rip, dude.
Hopefully this year I don't leave my prescription sunglasses in a rental car.
I didn't know those were prescription.
Because last year I had Oakleys. This year I'm wearing the Folkleys because you can't pay that multiple times as a teacher.
The Folkleys, I like it. All right, we're watching. Pick is in for the Bengals. We'll see what they got going on.
Well, they got pass rushers and wide receivers trying to get traded, so I'm going to guess we're getting either Jared Verse or Brian Thomas.
Man.
But I'm going to be wrong.
Yeah.
That's the thing I need to keep saying after every sentence when I'm, talking. Because like people in the Slack chat used to be like, Ash really needs to put LOL on the end of a lot more of his sentences.
Or
that's fair.
/S.
Yep. Yeah.
You got to read this comment here, Ash.
Okay.
This one's straight to you.
Okay, an excellent question from Kevin asking if I recommend the maple pork chops, which of course I do because it's a seasoned dry rubbed loin chop, char grilled, and then topped off with rich maple bacon glaze and served over mashed potatoes for a mere $16.99.
Malone's, where the value's at.
At Malone's. Where the good times begin. They have an actual thing. I can never find it, what I'm looking for. Where good times begin. That's what it is.
Where good times begin.
Malone's, where the good times begin.
The DLP gang, where good times end.
Yeah. Were you having a good time? Let me ruin your day.
Let me bring my friends over. Oh, man. Let's see.
Flounder. Ash does appreciate a good dry loin rub.
Yeah.
I'm very crafty, let's just say.
Greek bathhouse tragedy. All right. Yeah, here you go. Jay-Z Newton, make us feel better. Cornerbacks, inside offensive line, and plenty of DE still available. Oh, yep, here we go. I think we got the commish coming out.
With the 18th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Amarius Mims, tackle, Georgia.
All right.
There you go. Let's talk about Amarius Mims, defensive tackle from Georgia. He's got a 5.07 40 time measured at Malone's, heading for that Dublin burger. Got his RAS score at 9.59, a nice juicy man there. Insane strength for the position, has the ability to really be a problem for defenders throughout the game. He's able to play the Heisman technique well when getting out on the perimeter. He's able to wash down defenders in the run game. As far as opportunities for improvement, he's very much a raw player and hasn't really logged a lot of starts at the position. There's still a lot of unknown with what he truly is as a player. He's missed some time due to injury in his career. He has to be able to stay healthy if he wants to maximize his potential as a pro. But you'll see him at Malone's where good times begin. There you go.
Where good times end. Yeah, like super injury prone guy. That's the main downside of Mims. Like he just has not been able to stay on the field, and that is a thing that generally doesn't change when you go from college level to professional, where everything is harder and more difficult on your body. And it's not like he was at a school with a bad strength and conditioning program. Like it's Georgia. There might be 2 or 3 better in the country. We didn't need him, so that's another pick that's super advantageous to us.
Yeah. And who was it from the Bengals that wanted the trade? Was it Hendrickson?
Yeah, Hendrickson wants to trade, and so does T. Higgins. That's the 2 players that desperately want to get out of that place.
Could it be that Hendrickson we get picked up on a trade?
That'd be great.
And then we make our move. We make our move right now for Mitchell. You got Reader,
they've said that they have
McNeil.
Absolutely no interest in trading him, but
they might have
a nice world to live in.
With Mims, they might have. Oh no, sorry. I'm making high stuff. I'm just thinking
Yep.
the pick prior.
Yep.
mixing
Yes.
Pixins.
Yeah. Yeah. If they had drafted Turner, it would be like, well, apparently they've decided to stock up since that might be a thing. He said he's going to retire if they don't trade him.
Yep. It was.
So we'll see how that goes.
I'm gonna blame. Who was it? Boom. I saw it. Someone made that chat and put that in my head. I was like, oh, Mark Daly. Could be a trade. We'll see. I mean, he's out there if he works one out. Spray Korean jokes down like Kobe, Mims. It finally protected bro. Chris is reading the bedtime story, and Ash is telling horror stories. The flashlight in his face from below.
That's exactly the dynamic we have going here. You've nailed it.
So let's talk a little bit. I'm reading the shipping forecast for NPR. I can do that. The question now is, I haven't seen our guys taken. We're at 19. We're 10 picks away. I started getting nervous, and we started talking a little about what if we would. Maybe it's time to trade up. Maybe we need to move, but we didn't. Right? Coach, that's because Chris moonlights for phone sex lines for people who still use landlines. Hey, whatever pays the bills.
Yep.
They held tight. They did so. It appears intelligently now. Does it make sense now to start thinking about moving up? It gets a lot cheaper now, 29 to 20.
Yep.
Right. What do you think that's going to cost us, big guy?
I think we're still probably looking at this year's second to get here. Like, we're still moving up 10 spots in the first round. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's always going to be your premium cost. Like, if we still had that extra third, if one of our corners hadn't decided to go to jail, which, I mean, they made the trade before that warrant notice came out, so that's not actually that's a bad narrative I'm throwing out there. But if if we still had that extra third, I'd be all for making a trade up to this spot with no reservations at all. Or if we could get them to take next year's second, that'd be sweet too. But I don't know if we can get here. Peter Schrager, for what it's worth, who gets a lot of things right on his final mock draft, had us trading up to 21 for Jared Verse.
There you go. Pick is in for the Ramulers. It was nice to beat them. I'm sorry. It was that was a highlight for me.
It's what I wanted to have happen. As a card-carrying hater since the moment he left, their quarterback can go F himself.
I hate it. I hate
He decided not to be our guy.
Yeah.
Like that's what it's always been for me. Like, he broke up with us.
You can't
I
have
don't
it
want
both
him
ways.
to be successful.
You can't have it both ways. You know what I mean? And I really genuinely like the guy. I think he's a classy dude and a good dude, but he spurned us. And he and his wife, in particular, the mouth of the organization, is trying to hold on and say, no, we love you. So you got to love us back. Love us. And it's like, no, it's just like, Caleb, right? It's like, God, I want him to chant Jared Goff when he gets picked, because the second he's picked, he's now a Bear, and I don't like him.
He's the enemy.
I don't like him. Not as a person. I still like him as a person, but I don't like him. I want bad things. I want him to get the flu 2 games a year where he can't play. I want him to stub his toe that morning 4 times. Don't wish permanent damage, but I don't want him on the field when we're playing.
Well, and all of his professional success is a negative for us.
In the 2024 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Rams select Jared Verse, defensive end, Florida State.
There's your Aaron Donald.
There's the first guy. There's the first guy I thought we were legitimately interested in, and was a possibility.
Yep.
To go shoot. Okay.
Aaron Donald replacement, edge, Jared Verse from Florida State, 4.58 40, RAS score of 9.6. He's got a great sense of timing on when the big play needs to be made, and he ends up making said play. He explodes off the ball and does a great job of playing the run on the way to the cornerback by staying disciplined in his rush lane and eyeing the back while he moves towards the quarterback. A couple opportunities for improvement. He needs to be better at maintaining his balance. At times, you'll see him get bumped off course, like how a receiver does with his route. And his hand usage within his pass rushing set has become more developed and diverse. It needs to be more developed and diverse. So Jared Verse, good player, looking good for, unfortunately, the Los Angeles Rams. Is he Aaron Donald? No. I would argue that they've downgraded at the position, but not as bad as they would have.
Yeah, there is no Aaron Donald.
Yeah.
Like you can't replace that player, and it just can't be done. That's three guys.
Yeah.
Three normal, very good players might replace Aaron Donald in terms of effectiveness. But yeah, this isn't the guy I had them taking at the spot, but I did have them taking an edge because they gotta. That's what they need to fix. Is they need to figure out a way to get some pass rush now that they can't just be like, well, Aaron Donald will just wreck everything.
Yeah.
It's a little more complex for them on defense now in every imaginable way.
Yeah. Yeah. You know who has more than 2/5 left? Malone's Tavern. We're going to get Tito's vodka for $5 during happy hour. Kevin is on it. He's got this. All right. Mark Daly hates it when he's right. They've got that. Just lost in verse. Crap. Yep. He's good. Again, though, I just want to say they've still downgraded at this position overall. Of course, you've lost an absolute Hall of Famer, an All-Pro in Aaron Donald, right?
Yep.
But they're still less good than they were last year, and they could be a heck of a lot less good, right? So I'm not knocking the pick, but we'll see where this goes. Where are we at? We're now at 20 overall. Pittsburgh is on the clock. 4:55 left before they pick. Mr. Ash, let's talk about who's left and what looks good for the Detroit Lions. It's tough waiting this long for this team to pick, but as this, when you're picking number 2, it comes to you pretty quick. Now we're waiting for this draft tree to figure itself out. What do you see? And how's this draft falling towards the Lions right now?
Quinyon Mitchell?
Yeah.
Can
you imagine if we got him at 29, dude? Sorry. I'd
be so happy. Well, honestly, or if we trade up for him at this point, we're getting into the range where you can make a trade. And it makes sense because there are holes in who he is. You know what I mean? He's from a small school, so he's probably not going to step in and have that immediate awesome impact that you'd like. But that's where I'm at as far as the guys who are left. Let's see who else is still on the board here that looks like they could be interesting. I'm not a huge fan of him, but Chop Robinson is still there. That's a guy who's been linked to the Lions pretty much constantly. They did have him in for a visit. Brian Thomas Jr. is another one where I would be very happy if that was the move, because he's, in basically everybody's opinion, the number 4 wide receiver. There were those 3 big ones that are number 1s almost immediately, you know what I mean? And then there was Brian Thomas, who's he could also be a number 1, and in many drafts, he's better than anyone who was in last year's draft, and it's not close.
Yes.
So there are still a bunch of guys out there.
Quinyon did look great at the Senior Bowl. He looked really, really good. We had, and if you want, go back and check out the interview we did with him. We did a lot of really good interviews there at the Senior Bowl this year. We had 15 interviews with players. Quinyon was one, and he's just a really good, sharp dude. Burkheiser, man, I love you, brother. I want to see you. You're in town the first. Let's get together, please. Let's get together. Much love as always, boys. Great coverage per usual, no matter the pick, the potential trade. And Brad, we trust. Hoping for cornerback and OG, though. Lots of value left at both of those positions. Oh, man.
Yep.
Ryan Burkheiser, I prevail. Do not forget the best band out of Detroit since Motown, at least. I prevail.
Since the band called Deaf.
Yeah.
Which, if you haven't seen that documentary, you should. Very good and super interesting.
Brian's a real class cat too. It's funny when you see folks that have made it. I mean, nailing number 1 hits, just so you know, right? When you see people who have made it and they're just as cool as they've always been, it means something. You know what I mean? You know, you've got somebody who's class and who's built right. So Brian does that. They're a good group. Those guys, not just good music group, but good group of cats. So love you, Brian. Thank you, brother.
Oh, we got Adam popping in too.
Adam, have a great stream, fellas. Board looks juicy for Detroit. Yeah, Adam. Thank you for checking in, brother. Love you, man. I know we got to talk. I know I've owed it to you. I owe a lot of people a talk, but I really will in the next within the next month. I will be in touch. I promise, Adam. I'm sorry. I've been such
that
a piece
is
of
one
shit.
thing about my persona is like almost nobody ever asks me to come on their show. It's great.
I don't get a lot of asks either, Ash. My asks are all like outside, man. Outside, you know.
Oh yeah, I did have one though, and I really should get back to that guy because he seems like a nice guy.
For Sports World, just so folks know, I'm going to be covering the Detroit Lions for Sports World. I'm going to be their go-to person this next year. 54 million listeners around the world. Sports World, BBC worldwide. It's freaking crazy. They picked me. We had fun. So good stuff. Can't wait. Love you, Adam. Too lazy to go down and get another pitcher? Come on, man. Live up, Jeff. You know, this is not how to be. Man up, make the move, and show the world that pitcher is yours. Don't let it own you. You own it. Go. Wait for the
touch.
Wait for the commission to come in with the pick for the Steelers. Their music rotation, just how they've interacted with Lions fans, not exactly my style of music, but I always try to support the home team. Yeah, I really like them. I really like them. I didn't know about I Prevail. Riz did, and he didn't tell me about him for some reason. Oh, let me get...
Two young men will embark on their NFL career.
Okay, they're talking about something else. The second I heard him, I couldn't stop. I mean, I Prevail just earwormed me, man. Gasoline is my freaking song. I mean, it is just... I drive. Look out, people. Gasoline's on. Pedal down, and here we go.
The Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year Award, presented by Nationwide, recognizes his lasting legacy. Tonight, we are proud to welcome the 2023 Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year winner, Cam Hayward.
He degrades as the night goes on. It's visible how it's either sundowners or he's drinking.
First of all, I want to say thank you, Commissioner. And most importantly, I want to say thank you to the Payton family, the NFL, and Nationwide. The NFL draft is special.
They're on your side.
NFL players and the prospects joining the league this week, I want to challenge you. Use your platform to brighten someone's day. The opportunity before you is a gift. And by coming here and being in this league, seize that moment.
I just want you all to know we love you very much. Thank you for joining us. I hope that brightened your day. I thought so. I enjoyed it.
Here we go.
Here we go.
And with the 20th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Troy Fautanu, tackle, Washington.
This is still coming to us, my man.
It's like he could have kicked inside to guard, and that would have been pretty awesome, but not something we need. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Thanks all for the congrats. Appreciate you. Troy Fautanu, offensive line out of Washington.
I appreciate nothing.
5.0 40 time, 9.6 RAS. That's a big boy. That's an athletic fella. One of the more athletic offensive linemen in the draft class, an efficient, effortless mover. He's always in a good position to take on the defender. Great footwork, hand usage, and patience. All three consistently working together each play. Uses the three well to combat lengthier defenders who try and get hands on him first. He's very good recognition skills and never takes the cheese. Opportunities for improvement. He can't afford any slip up in technique because of his length concerns. We'll see if he can stick as the left tackle in the pros. Very interesting. Troy Fautanu out of Washington. Offensive line leaves us options as the clock winds down now. 2:58 left for the Miami Dolphins on pick 21. Getting closer and closer to those lines. Thank you, Adam. This is something that a fellow creator will appreciate. Appreciate the production value. Hell yeah. That's really nice. Thank you, dude. I really do genuinely appreciate that. We put a lot of work into that, and most people, it's just, the stuff happens, and they don't expect people to really kind of jump on it, right? But I appreciate that you noticed it. Thank you, man. You're awesome. Oh man. All right. What do we got here?
I have two things to say. This is where Peter Schrager had us trading up to, and Tyrion Arnold was very cryptic when asked if he thought the Detroit Lions were going to trade up to get him.
Oh,
so
man.
if that happens, that'd be neat.
Don't pull a Henry Ruggs, Chris. Love you, Brian. Thank you. God, dang it. Do a tubing. Let's see. It was a guy that was jacking off in front of his colleagues. Funny you guys say that because my friends do a podcast that's been going for 315 episodes 2019. Would love to have you on. Yeah, we do that for sure. I mean, I would. I don't know. Yeah, Brian again.
Are you sure? Are you sure? What's the meme?
Imagine not having to trade up for one of these guys. Brian, we're Lions fans, right? We're Lions fans. We know how this works. Our hopes get inflated. This is the trade. Schrager said it. You're right. He had a trade with Philly. I forget who else I saw had a trade with the Dolphins. It says their pick is in, so maybe there is not a trade going to happen here. But I thought this was a real option.
Stupid Peter Schrager.
You don't know nothing. See, he's dumb. I wouldn't listen to anything Schrager. I wouldn't listen to anything Schrager says. He got that wrong. Oh yeah, Broadcaster. No way Philly doesn't pick a CB. Yeah. $5. Thank you, Will Wright, for the super chat. Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you supporting the show. Really, really means a lot. Scared of Green Bay and Tampa. If Mitchell is gone and Brian Thomas is gone, do you like Arnold or an interior lineman?
Yeah. Can I vote no? Can I vote trade back? Am I allowed to do that?
Yeah, you can vote that.
Like that's because that's well, no, I vote Jalen Polk. That's what I vote if those two guys are gone.
All right, Richard, can you get Brad on the phone again and ask him when he's going to trade up? Yeah, let me just get it in real quick. Hold on.
Oh, and
hey, Brad. Yeah, I got some friends here. Are you gonna? What's gonna go on? You gonna trade up? What do you got going on for us, man?
You better back the fuck up out my face, goddammit. I'm from Detroit, Michigan. Don't play with me.
Okay, man. Jesus Christ. Wow. All right.
all right.
I don't know if I got an answer, but I ain't playing with him. Jeez. Oh God. That guy is the best. Brad Holmes. He only
Brian
says
questions in the chat.
Oh God. I'm feeling
I'm not
it.
even sure he's still here.
I'm feeling it. God, am I feeling it? I'm excited. The board is falling gracefully. Comatose. This is the best one. This is exactly my kind of humor. Thank you. Where was it? Chris, the action classes are clearly working. It's the voice acting I've been working on. Oh man, that's hilarious. All right, so here we go. I'm at a McCrispy commercial right now. Pick is in for the Dolphins. It doesn't smell like a trade is in the offing. I hate that. I really liked that 21 spot. I remember talking to Ryan at the Senior Bowl, and he was saying there's no way JPJ makes it past the Dolphins at 21. Now things have changed. Information has changed since then, but
yeah, we didn't know about the injury thing at that point, and we still don't really know exactly what that is. That's the weird thing about that. Like, there's just been some like nebulous. There's an injury that we need to be concerned about, but like, okay, what is that injury? And nobody has any further information other than his hamstring went kind of wonky at the Senior Bowl.
Polk or Thomas Jr., brother?
Thomas Jr. That's Polk is my wide receiver 5, and Thomas is my wide receiver 4. That's that's my rankings on that.
Yeah, Eagles about to break our hearts with one of these cornerbacks. One of these, though, that's 22. Do you think the Eagles would trade? You're going 9 to 22.
Just in general?
That's seven spots. It's not a big dump for them. They could pick up some capital.
Yeah, it's probably a third.
Yeah.
Like I think we've reached the point.
You think you could get a next year third out of that?
If they don't like anybody? Like, I think that's what we're coming down to here. Like, if they're also looking at the draft and going like, we really like a guy who fell, then they're not going to do it. But if they're looking at this and going, we really wanted one of the first 5 offensive tackles. Because, like, it's Philly. They love linemen. That tends to be their favorite thing. They'll happily take wide receivers too. And honestly, Thomas, it would be a good fit for them. I think that's
2024 NFL Draft.
Sorry, I can't stop this.
The Miami Dolphins select Chop Robinson, linebacker.
Oh, thank God.
Penn State.
Oh, I am so happy that we can't do that.
That's so much what we wanted. That's exactly what we wanted. All right, let me get Chop up there. Let's talk about what's going on with Chop Robinson. Edge out of Penn State. He's got a 4.48 40. Quick fella. 9.72 RAS, highly athletic. He's got explosive quickness off the ball that really gets in the backfield in the blink of an eye. Tremendous first step quickness as a rusher. Still has upside in his game. Shows good core strength, body control, and bend to effectively run the hoop as a pass rusher, flatten and accelerate to the quarterback. Also uses a unique dip under move within the tackle box to help evade double teams. A couple spots where he can improve. He's sort of a one-dimensional player in terms of pure pass rushing. Has to develop much more in that aspect as opposed to just winning with speed off the snap. Also, he doesn't particularly have the length to hold up at the point of attack and set a physical edge. So he'll have to be more of a pure rush and with situational work as a hand in the dirt kind of a guy. Chop. The mop. Robinson. Anything you want to add to that there? Emery Hunt, football game plan, CBS, Draft Central. He's a smart cat. God, I love him. Anything you wanted to add there, Mr. Ash?
Oh, yeah. Basically, he would be kind of like if you were trying to upgrade the James Houston role a little bit in terms of the like level of prospect that you're throwing in there. Like Houston played very well as a rookie. But same kind of one-dimensional guy is, I guess, what I'm getting at. Like as a rookie, he's probably going to be like your third down pass rusher, comes in 2-minute drills because, like, if a team just runs at him, he's a victim. Bluntly, at the NFL level, he's just straight up not going to be that guy. I'm glad that he's gone because I was legitimately concerned that the Lions were going to look at the wonderful things that James Houston did bring to the table and how screwed they were when they lost those last year.
Yep.
And end up taking, I think he's just a little too one-dimensional. But like there were things to like if that did happen. Like a lot of his pressures, he gets a lot of pressures, not a lot of sacks, which, you know, we heard about Hutchinson all year last year until he finally kind of started converting them at the end. But a lot of it is when nobody else on the line does anything. If that makes sense, like there's zero other pressure on the line, so of course the quarterback just dances around and then runs away.
It looks like Philly may be entertaining some offers. I'm not seeing any information on that, but they got 2 minutes left on there before their pick. No pick in yet. Interesting to see what might be going on there. Tim Stein, what does RAS mean? It's a relative athletic score. It's done by MathBomb. He does a really, really good job with it. He hasn't gotten to the point where it's predictive or anything, but it gives you an idea based on their 40 time and the other events that they run at the combine, how athletic they are.
Relative to size.
Compared to the rest of the guys at that position in the NFL today and in the draft. So you get a 1 to 10 type of score, 10 being the best, and then everything else underneath that. So relative to everyone else, where do you fit? And it's a pretty good just kind of another way to try to put a number around things that are often very kind of subjective. And just like PFF does, they put numbers around things that are they chart and they try to make the subjective objective. It's something just like that. It's an interesting metric, again, done by MathBomb, who's a local cat from Detroit. They actually used it in Madden to build out some of their player scores and stuff. So I mean, it's gotten some weight and some real traction. It's good stuff. And MathBomb's put a lot of time into building that out. But it's good stuff.
Yes, he has. And like it's one of those things where like you can't absolutely just put a straight number on that, and like you may not agree with some of the decisions he made or some of the things he values in certain ways. But it's like I'm not going to do a better one. I don't think I could do a better one.
Yeah.
If I wanted to. You know what I mean? It's like there's RAS, there's Spark. Those are basically the two in terms of trying to determine, and I think relative athletic score is better than Spark.
Yeah. Well, you got Raz's real QBR is ESPN horseshit from Jeff Canino, and he can't even go downstairs to get a pitcher. So who knows what the hell's going on with him? Eagles pick is in. Let's figure out what we got going on.
All right.
We got some, hey, by the way, if you're here now, take a chance, take a minute, just hit the like and the subscribe. Appreciate you for doing that, supporting us. We appreciate those folks who do that. It's, supports us, helps other people find us, help us continue to grow. I mean, 9 years in, we continue to grow, and it's all because of you folks, and we appreciate all of you who take some time to hang out with us for the draft party. Little tame this time. I have to work I have a big meeting actually at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Tomorrow night, we'll pull out the Jaeger, we'll do drinking for dollars, do all kinds of fun stuff. So rounds 2 and 3 will be a blowout tomorrow night, so be here for it. Usually by now I'm doing drinking for dollars and blowing out my liver, and people are absolutely surprised that I wake up and do the show tomorrow. But work is just one of those things now, man, where I'm just, here it is. The pick is in. Yeah, I can't believe the NFL let the Eagles have the first pick at cornerback. I know, Ryan. The Eagles have this. All we can hope with the Eagles is they continue to be a team of great talent, but no mesh. And that they just, I mean, continue. It's been 1 year, but that they take that and just burn these guys out and drive them away so others can get them at a little bit of a discount versus the quality of the player they are. Yes, Coach Tom, Slurring Chris returns tomorrow. Ash, the Sandstorm reference in Draft Miss was amazing, along with the sarcasm.
Everything about Draft Miss was amazing. Zero sarcasm.
Peter, I hate the Eagles more than any other team. I don't know if it's more than any other team, but I absolutely can't stand Philadelphia and its people. There's other reasons that I can talk about at a future date when my financial future is secure, but I can't stand Philly people. Where's Sandman? Travis asks. Here comes the
I'm guessing at the draft.
Yeah, he's the draft. We were going to do something together, and we couldn't just because of what happened to pull us off. But don't worry, Sandman's close.
The NFL has gone global. This past year, we played games in front of amazing crowds in London and Germany. This upcoming season, we will play our first ever game in South America, in Sao Paulo, Brazil. And we will be coming to more markets on a global basis soon. The NFL's International Player Pathway Program helps foreign-born players reach the NFL.
Foreign-born.
Elite international athletes have an opportunity to compete at the NFL level and potentially earn a spot on an NFL roster. One of the most successful players from the program is the Philadelphia Eagles' Jordan Mailata. Jordan is currently in his native Australia for the opening of a new NFL academy for high school football players. To make the Eagles selection, let's join Jordan live from the Eagles draft party in Burleigh Beach, Gold Coast, Australia. Take it, Jordan.
Let's go. How good is this? Thank you, Uncle Roger. Good evening to those of you from the beautiful land down under. With the 22nd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Quinyon Mitchell, defensive back, Toledo.
Fucking pricks. I hate everything Philadelphia.
Sigh. Yeah.
Goodell spent some time at Malone's today. he's dashing out to Malone's in between picks. What are you talking about?
Yep.
Oh, I hate that. Let's get Quinyon up. Let's talk about how awesome our guy from the Maction land is. Quinyon Mitchell, cornerback out of Toledo. 4.33 40. 9.79 Raz. Good size and athleticism for the position. Does an excellent job of playing through the hands of the receiver, both when driving back toward the ball and also when going vertical downfield. Very good recovery speed. Gets him right back into the play if beaten initially. He's got above average twitch to shuffle, plant, and accelerate. He shows a very good speed turn as well. Where can he improve? Well, he tends to have a little hitch when trying to snap out of his back pedal and his brake. Takes one too many steps, which doesn't get him to the ball in time. He's also a little bit jumpy, which leaves him susceptible to double moves. So there you go. Quinyon Mitchell, no longer in love with him. As a matter of fact, I dislike him greatly.
and then run some.
Oops, sorry. That's somebody else going to say what we just said about Quignon.
Which we can't put that on the air, so let's not. Yeah, that was I really like Quignon Mitchell as like a, as a player. Like I had him way too high in my mock draft, like absurdly high, because I was like, why would you not? But the answer is, like, there's a lot of corner talent left in this draft, so not that huge of a deal, honestly. I liked him. He has gone to the enemy. Now he is my enemy.
The enemy.
If I can make that turn instantly with Stafford, I can definitely do it with Quignon Mitchell.
Yeah. Oh God, yeah. He's even faster. 4-3-3. Kanal Lacan. I said it before. Sorry, Laklani. 4-3-3. I can't even dream about being that fast, brother. You should see me get out of the bed in the morning. That alarm goes off. I'm that fast. Easy to get that pee on.
I don't do anything that fast, including the thing you're thinking of right now. Anyway, takes me at least 5.5 seconds.
I don't have anything, but that was so scarring that I can't even have. I don't even have a comeback.
Yep,
You planted that picture. That was well done. That was a way.
The uncomfortable share. Yep.
Whew,
Yep.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah. Peter Van Leerhoven is saying Mitchell is very grabby. That is very true, and you'll get that from a lot of like lower level college guys because you can get away with a lot more at the top of the route in the college rules. But he has the athleticism definitely to kind of basically get better.
Yeah.
Like that's the thing. Quignon Mitchell is not going to be your day one spectacular starting cornerback. Most likely, he is going to take a year or possibly two, like the Darius Slay plan.
Yep.
Pretty much, where you get some coaching after that first year of experience, and maybe you pick it up after that. A lot of these guys don't.
Yeah.
So that's how he ended up going in the 20s and not the teens.
Cooper DeJean has all-pro safety written all over him.
I agree.
Oh, man. Brad Holmes is interesting. Do we trade down is now the question, right? What?
Well, as was stated earlier, several Lions media people left Allen Park, which is where you get to talk to the person that they draft. So
the only problem,
we don't know nothing.
Right. The only problem
people's
with that,
movements here.
Yeah. If they stay in Allen Park, they get to take part in the Zoom call with the player and their coach right after they're drafted. So that's it, to see media people leaving. But this was before the draft started, right? This is right before. They didn't know how the board fell, right? So I feel on one hand, we're reading a lot into it. Like, you don't know if Holmes didn't know if he was trading up or down at that point.
No.
So I just think
it would be
it was
absurd for me to say that I know now.
Yeah.
Because I obviously don't.
Yeah. I think that was just malpractice on their part. Or they just didn't care. Like, they didn't care to talk to the player after the draft, right?
How many times are you ever going to get this chance to have this experience again where you can get a press pass to the NFL draft in the town that you work in?
You got to do your job, though.
It's just a different experience. Yeah. But
job.
like, what do you actually gain from being involved in that call versus just the same questions are going to get asked, man?
The fight to put stuff out and be the first one to post stuff that these guys about the most mundane things happening is so real that to skip the first round pick from the draft, I just feel like that's just like completely.
We also don't know which media people did it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Right.
That's why I'm just saying it's kind of an abdication of responsibility. Jaguars pick is in at number 23. So it sounds like they're not moving. And it doesn't, I mean, at 24 at this point, you got Dallas, you got Green Bay.
The Jags make mistakes. The Jaguars make mistakes. So hopefully this will be Xavier worthy.
I like the way you think. Oh, here we go.
23rd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft. The Jacksonville Jaguars select Brian Thomas Jr., wide receiver, LSU.
There you go, Brian Thomas Jr. Let's talk about that. I'll tell you, Peter. I'll tell you in a minute why we have had credentials, but we don't chase him down now. I'll tell you why in a minute. Brian Thomas Jr. Let's talk about him. Wide receiver at LSU, also a 4.33 40 time, much like Quinyon Mitchell. 984 RAS. He's a little more athletic. He can find a win from any point, any one of the receiver alignments. He's very much a versatile player in that regard. Gets a good release off the line of scrimmage and is smooth into his stem. Has the requisite footwork and quickness to snap out of his route and work himself free. Opportunities for improvement. Would love to see his hands be a bit more violent within his route. Right now, he's allowing defensive backs to get hands on him too easily, which can help them keep themselves in the play. So there you go. Brian Thomas Jr., LSU, is now a Jacksonville Jaguar. That hurts. All right. Okay. Sugar biscuits. Thank you, Kieran. Mark, I appreciate that. Let's see. We got a lot of great players to go. A lot of great players. 5 to go. Yes. Good pick for the Jags. Yep. It's and look.
Yeah, this pick.
The thing about the Jags,
is the one that hurts me.
Well, they do make mistakes. And it's not always with the pick. It's also with the development of the player. So there's still opportunities for them to jag this up, right?
I do like their current coaching staff, but that's historically they can pick the best player on earth and turn him into a turd real quick. Like, this is where Jalen Ramsey started his career.
Cooper DeJean. Let's talk about a safety. Mr. Ash gives us less of a need a safety of Tracy Walker. We do have a gap there. Why not get a top quality cat?
Yeah, I have no objection to him at this point. He's not what I would do. Like, and then there's a lot of people who are like really obsessed with we need an outside corner, we need an outside corner, we need an outside corner, and then they're like, this is that. And I'm sorry, but a fast 40 time does not make you an outside corner. Like if we were playing a very zone heavy defense where he was never going to be dealing with people at the line of scrimmage, I would say sure, but it's a complete projection at this point.
My counter to that statement is Tease Tabor, though, right?
Yeah, you don't want that either. No, like that's you don't want to go that route.
Speed helps.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's why when you're looking at DeJean versus say Arnold, that's the two sides of that coin. One of them is very fast, but he didn't run any of the agilities, and he was recovering from a broken leg, so you can kind of forgive him not wanting to do the testing that probably still hurts. But he didn't do it, and it was the only question, and it didn't get answered, and it still hasn't been answered. But if you're going to play him at nickel, you're going to play him at safety. I am 100% comfortable with his ability to do those things, and he's a competitor. Like Dan Campbell will absolutely love this kid, and the thing is, when he gets his hand on a ball, he is very good at bringing it back. Like you're looking at a potential touchdown every time it's in his hands. Great returner also adds that. But it's probably not what I would do. And I mean, we all know we're going to get Darius Robinson, right? Like that's what's actually going to happen here after all of this hemming and hawing from 3 months ago when he was the obvious pick.
Yeah. Oh, Peter Van Larhoven. If we aren't given the same access as far as credentials, we could. There's a couple of things that happen, and I actually like the freedom of not being credentialed.
You have to play a lot of games.
Yep. And there's things you can't say, things you can't do. There's things you can't shoot. There's videos you can't have that during training camp and other times that we're able to do. And the team is actually fantastic, and they work really well with us. We will have one of these draft picks that have yet to be named for the Detroit Lions. We'll have an interview with one of them this year, like we did last year with Broderick Thomas. In one-on-one, we'll have them, and we'll do the interviews, and they work really well with us. We love the Lions. They have such a fantastic staff running that place. Their social team, just across the board, they have a great organization of really intelligent, quality people, and they work well with us. We've made the choice not to chase a credential because it handcuffs you in a way that we don't want to be handcuffed. That being said, Riz is credentialed, so we kind of have the ability to do a little of both. We get to play in both spaces. So that's kind of where we are and what we've got, and it works out well for us, and it seems to work well for the team as well. And that's what we're after. So
yeah, like that's the thing. I can't say what they did is dumb and they shouldn't have done it because it's stupid. if we're credentialed media.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, just straight up cannot say things like that. It's a whole different game that you're playing, and it would only be a matter of time until I got us in trouble with the team.
Yeah. Hey, we've got a question.
Well, actually,
did Ash ever get his tattoo for St. Jude? If so, could he show it? Can you show the tattoo? Is that possible?
it is tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Okay. We'll do
Tune
it
in
tomorrow.
That's
I
my
don't
teaser
know
for you.
how off the pants he has to be. He could be wearing jeans right now, and then it'd be really difficult. So we'll do it tomorrow show. That's good. Go pants free like the rest of us, brother.
Yeah, like it's on my like mid to upper thigh. So
Yeah,
I've shown it on the
shorts.
podcast before. The footage is out there. It's a nice tattoo. I have no problem with having gotten it. It's a lion leaping in like the Lions logo-ish kind of shape with lightning shooting out of its eyes towards the back. So
There you go. All right. Let's see. Cowboys pick is in. We traded up. Says we traded up. Let's see. Let's see what happens. Okay, we got it. Hold on. Okay. Yep. No, this is not what we thought. Here we go. Cowboys have traded pick 24 to the Lions. Are now on the clock. The crowd goes wild. Let's hear the crowd.
Deal got done.
Nope, nothing. The pick is in. Go get him, Holmes. Don't give him any time. Stuff it in their pipe.
well, according to Tyrion Arnold, it's going to be him. So we'll see how that goes. Strongly
There you go.
implied.
Hang on. We traded. The Detroit Lions are about to pick, and that pick is in. There's Crackman. There's the crew. Always there.
And it would make sense. Honestly, that would really make sense because Mitchell went. And if you were taking Brian Thomas, would you want to trade back with the Lions believing we weren't going to steal your guy? I wouldn't. You know, like that's a position we need too. So you might want to just sit there, take your guy, and then
Get in
the next
front of
spot
Green
to trade
Bay.
up to would be 24.
Get in front of Green Bay. I'm all right with this. If we can get the terms of the trade, that would be awesome. Belt is off, pants unbuttoned. The pre-drop prep process has begun. Get ready. Need to find the rubber chicken. I'm with you, brother. That rubber chicken just might be rock hard in a minute. We'll see how the chicken flies.
Closing all of my tabs so I can not know who this is until we hear it and get an actual reaction from this. Because there's been somebody spoiling picks in the chat. Like a jerk.
Jerk. The jerk star called. They need more of you.
A lot of you.
Yeah, they're a lot of you. All right.
Classic.
Pick is in. Terrion is the fourth best available, according to Mel Kiper.
Well, Mel Kiper is a wonderful person who does many good things for the community. And honestly, there's a pretty good chance nobody would care about the NFL draft if it wasn't for Mel Kiper having toiled in obscurity for a decade and a half before anyone gave a damn.
Yeah.
Like that's a guy who like he literally got like a mailing list and shipped out his personal magazine about the NFL draft to people. He created this entire thing. Like there's nobody cared about the NFL draft. Like what was it? John Elway got drafted first overall at 7 a.m. on a Tuesday.
Yeah, I remember that. God. I mean, I remember that it happened. I don't remember it happening, right?
Yep. Well, nobody remembers it happening. Nobody was there. There was one press guy in the building.
Well, I wasn't. I want to make sure people didn't think I was trying to claim like, oh yeah, I was there. I paid attention, right? Because no, I don't know.
Yeah, I just read that today. That's the only reason that tidbit of information popped into my brain. Is I read an article this morning about a guy who was like, I think I was the first like actual media person to cover the draft live because he was there and he was the only person there, and everyone was like, "What are you doing here?"
Pick is in, coming on. Who the hell's Mel Kiper anyway? You know I'm not spoiling picks. I haven't got one right yet. Does the internet melt if it's JPJ? I don't think they're doing this for JPJ. I honestly don't.
That would kind of surprise me.
Yep. A lot of people out there with
Probably
something.
going to be AD Mitchell just because I've said numerous times I don't like him.
I'm not reacting
like
on
that's
purpose.
not actually what I said.
I'm not reacting on purpose. I'm waiting for the commish. That's when I'll react. All right. Lots of fans there showing their love. Let's see if we
But with the hometown team making its selection, the commissioner is bringing a group out for the announcement.
Let's see what the commission has to say. We're going to look at early walk-up noise from Brad.
The Detroit Lions excel in engaging with local football community and growing football participation at the youth and high school levels. Joining me on stage are girls flag football players representing the first 4 schools that competed in the Michigan Girls Flag High School Football League and local high school football tackle students. These young men and women embody NFL values of respect,
Very sleepy.
integrity, resiliency, and responsibility to their
Malone's
teams.
mixes them strong.
Congratulations on
Long
your
day, bro.
accomplishments in your academic and football career.
Accomplishments.
Now
Didn't
to make
even
the
have an A on it.
selection, please welcome Ellie Fagley.
That was risky. That was risky. Come on, Ellie, let's hit
The
this.
Dallas Cowboys have traded the 24th pick to the Detroit Lions. With the 24th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Terrion Arnold, defensive back, Alabama.
Let's get the crowd in there. Just get a little bit more soak it in Detroit.
Sounds like
There you go. All right.
Yep.
Terrion Arnold. Let's do it.
These nuts.
Cornerback. Let's put him up here. Let's talk about Terrion. What does Terrion mean for the Detroit Lions? Terrion Arnold, cornerback out of Alabama. 4'5", 40, 9.27 RAS. Technician at the position. From his footwork to his back pedal to his patience at the line of scrimmage, everything is textbook. He's got excellent footwork and foot quickness, which helps him snap out of his breaks almost immediately. Where can he improve? What do we want to look at for opportunities here? Where can our coaching staff of powerhouses help this young man? When he has to open his hips up to turn and run, he lacks that explosiveness to not lose ground on the receiver, giving him just enough separation. So that's your risk against faster guys, but
Yep.
I don't know that he is going to be your number one this year, and that's probably not as much of a worry. I don't see him playing against Justin Jefferson, right? Emmanuel Mosley, more likely, I see playing something like that. Hopefully.
Yep.
Hopefully.
Or Carlton Davis.
Carlton Davis, yeah.
Or
Yeah,
the short guy from the Raiders, Robertson. Yeah.
Here's what we gave up.
Any of.
Sorry. Dallas gets the 29th and the 73rd pick in exchange for the 24th pick and a 2025 7th round pick.
Interesting.
All right.
Okay. That's okay. So tomorrow, as of right now, the Lions have 1 pick. It's a long show, bro.
Yeah.
From a selfish perspective.
Yeah.
But with that said, they traded up. This guy, there's nothing to not love other than a 40 time. And it's not a tease Tabor, like, bad for a linebacker 40 time.
Yep.
You know, it's just not what you would generally prefer. For a like highly draft. It's the only downside is he doesn't have long speed. But with that said, like Rome Odunze ran a 4.45. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And let's talk. Fight Forever has it. He played better competition than Mitchell. There's potential that he is a much better corner based on than film is telling us, right? And that's one of the big things.
He's a better player.
Yeah. And there's nothing. I mean, injury wise, there's nothing that's jumping out at me as problematic. You know what I mean? Nope. And a 40, like Coach says, these guys are running in their pajamas. What does it mean, really? Right? He plays well. He's got good field speed. There's really not a lot not to like about Terrion Arnold, especially for the Detroit Lions.
Best player at the cornerback position in this draft.
I'd agree
without reservations. Yeah, like is what it is.
And he's got a great coaching staff to help him continue to improve. And to be fair, with what the other teams that have drafted thus far have done, the pick is in for the Packers who haven't drafted yet. This is really a good play. I mean, this is the kind of play you need to counter the moves that they've made thus far in the draft. I like this. I like this.
And this is one that'll get good grades because nobody expected him to still be there at pick 15.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Which, like, nope, who cares what the draft grades are? But in this particular case, that whole media self-importance thing is going to work out in our favor.
Yep. Woo, man, here we go. This is something. And let's face it, there's an Alabama thing that the Lions have. I don't know, now that Saban's gone, I don't know how that love affair is going to hold up, going forward now. But this is the last of the Sabanese players that we're going to see. So good to see.
Let's hear everybody.
Family, like in the draft, obviously you have expectations, but you expect the unexpected. And God allows everything to happen for a reason. And I'm right where I need to be. I'm home.
You can now call Detroit home. Can we see the inside of your jacket and tell Detroit fans what they're getting in you?
Detroit, man, you getting a talented football player who's even a better person off the field. And honestly, I'm going to come in here, and like I told y'all, man, y'all got to start. So let them know, man.
You got to stay in town, start looking for some places. Congratulations, Terrion.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for having me.
Molly, thank you. Board of the line.
There you go. Man.
Yeah, it's hard to argue with his credentials, man. He redshirted 2021. He was all SEC, all freshman in 2022. And then last year was first team All-American.
Yeah.
What more would you want this guy to do? A better start time on the 40.
Oh, man.
Maybe train that a little harder. And then he would have gone a little higher, but thankfully he didn't.
Can I go back to the war room thing we talked about?
Yep.
That we talked about with where the folks from the media were. Why wouldn't they just bring these guys right to Allen Park rather than do a Zoom call?
Yeah, I don't know.
I have a feeling that might be the plan.
Weird choice.
I think that might be a plan. I don't know yet, but we'll find out. Interesting. I love that he said I'm home. You know what? That's a Jared Goff thing.
Yep.
You know what I mean? And it means you talk about the character. He talked about his own character. That's fine. I love it. The player off the field means a lot to the Detroit Lions. I think it means a lot. It means a lot to me because I've found that we've been able to build a fantastic team with character players. So that means a lot.
Yeah.
And they stay players. They don't get into a mess. They don't get wound up in a bunch of garbage. This guy elevates the secondary room. I'm really feeling this right now. I'm feeling this a lot. And right now, just walking into this, I think about, we picked Jeff Okudah number 3, I think is the last first round cornerback we've gotten. And this guy's a better cornerback. You know what I mean? This guy's a much better cornerback. Oh, let me get
2024 NFL Draft.
Pickers.
The Green Bay Packers and hosts for the 2025 NFL Draft. Select
FTV.
Jordan Morgan, tackle, Arizona.
Jordan Morgan. The fucking the Packers cheesehead is sitting there with his mouth going like this. The Detroit player's pointing at him, laughing at him. He put his head down in sadness and frustration. I love it. I absolutely love it. Welcome to Detroit, motherfucker. Let's get Jordan Morgan on the board really quick, and then we'll go back to Arnold. Jordan Morgan, offensive lineman from Arizona, 5'4". 5.04 40. He's got a 9.24 RAS. They need offensive line help badly in Green Bay. He's got very good movement skills for the position, totally comfortable getting out of space to execute a block, can climb to the second level and get out on screens rather well. He shows he has the ability to recover and redirect within a rep, and you see his pop up more so in pass pro. So he can sit in a chair when facing a bull rush and stop it in its tracks. Where does he need some improvement? Well, he's a tendency to be late with his hands when trying to take an aggressive pass set of or fire off in a run game, which allows defenders to get into his chest quickly, forcing him in recovery mode almost immediately. He doesn't have the longest of arms, so he has to get into the body of the defender often, which can lead to guys slipping the block, especially if they have the length to play from distance. So there you go. Jordan Morgan, offensive lineman to the Green Bay Peckerheads. You are?
Yeah, you guys interviewed him, and he was a good guy too, right? If I remember correctly.
Yeah. Good cat. Nothing to be, He'd be fine as a Lion, but he's not.
Thought he was a second round talent. That was kind of my vibe on him. So I like this. This is the first NFC North pick other than ours that I'm a fan of.
Yeah.
Just because, like, I think it's a bit of a reach. But like with that said, there were plenty of people who had him going in the first. Like, it's not some kind of insane thing, but also I don't think this is like I don't think the board came to them. Let's just say.
Yeah.
Like I did not think this many offensive tackles were already going to be gone. I kind of thought this was where the run was going to start because there's a lot of teams left that need offensive line help.
Yep.
But there's also still probably 4 more tackles that could go in the first round. So
yeah, they
got a guy. He's not a special guy. He's just a guy.
Yeah, he's a quality player, and they need a quality player on the line badly.
Yeah.
So there you go. Isn't going to stop that defense, but we'll see. That Lions D.
Yeah.
That Lions D. And considering we got another cornerback that's going to help prevent Jordan Love from throwing the ball. Sorry. For some reason I was thinking.
And we needed one.
I was saying Jalen Hurts when I was saying Jordan Love. And I had to pause and remember the names aren't coming tonight. Ash, I'm sorry. Just like you're the same problem, man. Same problem.
I'm in the same spot. Yeah.
Keeping him holding the ball, that's only going to help. That's only going to help. So this guy will help kind of counter that, but it doesn't. I don't know that this is going to kind of overpower the secondary that the Lions are putting into place. Secondary has to be a strength in the NFC North right now, based on what we've seen the Vikings and what we've seen the Bears do. If you want to make the playoffs, you got to win in your division. Either win it, come in second, which means you got to win those games. And judging by those two teams, you're going to need a strong secondary. Bottom line.
Just straight up and pass rush. That is the 2 things you absolutely have to have. I'm going to assume we're not trading up tomorrow. You know,
Dallas won the trade value on picks, but Brad got his cornerback 1. So who won the trade? You know, that's where you're at.
Yep.
So,
and everyone gets all obsessed about the trade value chart, but honestly, nobody cares. It's a guideline.
Yeah.
It's not biblical.
Yep. A little bit of pass rush help. That would be helpful. Yep. Love to get an edge. I'm not really sure what's left on the board, but we'll see. No, I love it. I love what we got. I love how we're situated here. This is a good day. I don't know. You know, did we need to make that trade to get there? I think potentially we did.
Yeah,
I think we did, and we got a
Cardinals
guy.
Need a corner. Like you can argue a lot of these teams that are picking here could have used cornerback help. So
yeah, Green Bay, Arizona, Buffalo.
They just traded one of their starting corners to a team, I hear.
Yeah, they definitely had to do that.
Yep.
The Western guys at edge. Yep. Have him. He's out there still, so we'll see what's going on.
Yeah, Marshawn Nealand is still out there, and there was a lot of buzz we were going to take him, which would have been difficult for me to act like I liked.
Yeah, same. I mean, I like that he's a Michigan guy and he's local, but
yep. But I think he's.
I like where we are.
Not
like
as
Arnold
good.
better.
Josh Pascal is my take on that guy.
The funny part
I
is
like him as a player.
The funny part is talking about the idea of should we trade for him? What were like 15 and 16 in the draft, and there he was, 24 or whatever. So
yep,
good stuff. All right, let's see what we can do here. I'm gonna. If you were to have a couple things to say, that would be great.
Okay.
Let's see if I can riz us up here really quick.
All right. Well, so we're talking about the draft right now. Yeah, we got a good corner. We need corners. It's that simple. As far as Tampa Bay's pick is in, I had them taking a pass rusher because they desperately need edge rushers right now. So like, I had them taking Chop, but like it might be somebody like Darius who's going here. Like they invited him for a reason, so they're thinking we're going to see him drop off the board in the next few picks here.
Yep.
We'll see how that goes. What else could they use? I mean, every team could use more receivers, them included. Yeah, it's they're just not that interesting of a team. I had them, I believe, trading out in my mock because I couldn't really figure out exactly what I wanted them to do.
Oh, let me get Goodell here.
NFL draft. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Graham Barton, center, Duke.
Dookie. There you go. All right. Laken Tomlinson's brother. Graham Barton, offensive lineman from Duke, 4'9", 540, which is pretty good for an offensive lineman. 9.99 athletic score. That's pretty freaking banging. Fires off the football rather well, which is why he's excellent in the run game. Quickness off the ball gives him the opportunity to get some movement in the run game. Displays the strong hands once engaged with the defender, able to lock and turn, seal, and pin to gain an advantage. Could improve. He needs to continue to get stronger. He can have some issues in sitting down versus bull rushers, and his anchor is a bit inconsistent. The lack of his length shows up often. Defenders with an effective long arm bar technique are able to complicate things for him, which is why you hear him talked about being moved to guard. So Graham Barton, OL Duke, going to Tampa Bay. Needed position, right? I mean, yeah. You're always going to say that when it comes to offensive linemen, though. You always need an offensive lineman.
Yep. Well, and it's one of those things. Like he was one of these guys where, like, what hole do you have in your offensive line? Yes, he can fill that hole.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Theoretically speaking, like, we'll see if it actually ends up turning out that way. Because I think it was Mitchell Schwartz had a tweet today where he was basically going like, "Why is versatility considered a good thing in the NFL draft?" Because you don't need a guy who can do 5 jobs. You need a guy who can do 1 really, really well.
Cardinals pick is in.
And
I'm going to just try to call
this
Riz.
Was the specific. All right.
Test the.
See if he's busy. I suspect he is.
Hi, it's Jeff. Leave a message. Thank you.
Yeah, it's either the bad cell connection or the ugliness.
Yep.
The ugliness.
Oh, we missed a pick while we were doing
Darius
that.
Robinson to Missouri. Oh, sorry. Here, let me do my Goodell. With the 27th pick in the NFL Swing 4 draft, the Arizona Cardinals pick Darius Robinson. There you go. Oh, defensive line, Missouri. There you go. Let's get Darius up so we can talk about him in a way that better than our guy Goodell ever would have. 4'9", 540, 778 RAS score. Mizzou makes opposing teams look foolish for asking tight ends to block him. It's an easy win for him. Robinson is just chaos on wheels, coming off of an excellent Senior Bowl week. Very good ball get off and leverage into his rush, able to quickly fire into the chest of the offensive lineman and generate penetration. He converts speed to power really well. Where does he need to develop? Well, we're looking at he needs to develop more as a one-on-one pass rusher. He converts speed to power well, just needs to add some sauce on top of it. Also, his hand usage can be better in terms of disengaging quicker from blocks. Additionally, he can be too eager to get into the backfield and miss the ball entirely. He has to be more aware at the point of attack. So there you go, Darius Robinson.
And this is another guy where the primary selling feature is versatility, which I wasn't really sold on because he had 1 year at edge and he was good at edge, and he had 4 years at defensive tackle and he wasn't a very good defensive tackle. So why is a selling feature that he can also play a different position not very well?
Yeah,
I just didn't really understand why that was a thing. But you know, here he would have been the John Kaminsky role. That's what he would have been doing for the Lions. I'm not going to lie and say that I am intimately familiar with the defensive scheme of the Arizona Cardinals because we did not play them last year. Therefore, I have not done the same kind of deep dive on them that I've done for all of the opponents we played. But He's got that inside-out versatility where he can play the edge and he can kick inside on NASCAR packages and in 2-minute drills and that kind of thing and give you some punch in there. There was some talk that teams were telling him they wanted him to bulk up in the pre-draft process. So he was a lot heavier at his pro day than he had been at the combine. That's the nutshell on Darius Robinson. He was a fifth-year senior, which it's kind of less common to see those guys go in the first round because if they haven't shown anything by the time they get to that point, it's hard not to think that a little bit of their nice tape is them beating up younger guys.
Yep. Riz will be on in 3 minutes, just so you know.
Spectacular. So you're saying I got to fill 3 minutes. That's what you're telling me right now?
I want to just go back to Terry Arnold.
Those are on the clock. They need a receiver.
Yes. Terry Arnold, one of the things I want to talk about with Emery and football game plan, if you remember, we hailed this a number of times. He got G over B for the D, meaning Gibbs over Bijan last year, and people thought he was bonkers and gave him all kinds of shite. In the end, the numbers said Emery knew what he's talking about. He has Terry Arnold as the number 1 boundary cornerback in the draft. So there you go. This if the Lions and Emery have a thing, we may have just found it. We'll see how this goes this year, and maybe we'll be using Emery's guide as the Detroit Lions draft guide because maybe Brad reads Emery's stuff, right? Who knows? Be a smart man.
Well, yeah, and that's the thing too. If you told me when this draft started that the Lions were only going to have to trade up to 24 to get Terry and Arnold, I would have been like, "What is wrong with you, dude?"
Right.
Like, what are you taking, and how do I get some? Like, did you find the last Quaalude?
Yeah, I never got. I wish. Oh well. Let's see. Great NFL Detroit draft show by C Detroit. Good night, DLP, Chris, and Ash and Lions.
Chiefs traded up.
Thank you, Mike. Chiefs traded up.
Chiefs traded up with the Bills. Already. Not two teams I thought would like each other enough to do that. Interesting.
Yeah. Maybe there wasn't anybody for the Bills. Maybe it was rich for them. Who knows? But
that's the
maybe
thing.
The Chiefs beat them again.
Yeah,
that's always possible.
I suspect the Chiefs are going to go for a receiver, which is why I specifically think it's weird that the Bills would trade with them because they both need really badly that same position, and there's some guys that would fill some holes for them.
Yeah.
But I guess there'll still be someone at 32. Like receiver is a spot where there's plenty of options left.
Yeah. Let's see really quick. So still waiting for the Riz to show up. We'll have him on. We'll talk about the Terry Arnold pick and what that means. It's really loud where he's at. So he's trying to, he said it's crazy loud. He's trying to squeezle his way in there.
Okay.
Daniel Jeremiah.
Mark Dolly in the chat.
Daniel Jeremiah, JT Sam. Jeremiah had Arnold as his first corner. Mark Daly, Bijan year was bad. Yep. Atlanta not getting out of their own way with a decent team. Bijan kills, but we got Laporta and Gibbs, so we win. We'll see. We'll see what
I would rather have Laporta than Bijan.
Mm-hmm.
Never mind Gibbs. If you just like,
I can't never mind Gibbs because I love that guy, dude. I really love that guy. I'm not a big running back guy either, but I really like Gibbs. I like his persona. You know what I mean? His just the way seeing him on the sideline at Tampa and how he carried himself. It wasn't a media scrum, right? He was just he's like 5 feet away, whatever. But he was with fam and just talking and hanging out, and you could just tell he's a cat. You know what I mean? He's a good cat. He's a smart cat. He's a thinker. I just really dug his vibe. So I think we got a big win in him.
TikToks are hilarious. I will grant him that.
TikTok. Enjoy it while you can now that you've moved to the States, Ash.
Mm-hmm.
And your VPN. All right.
Well, I'll just see it. I'll just see it 2 weeks later on Instagram now. That's fine. Actually, there'll be less content created too, but whatever. Yeah. That's they traded up. The pick is already in. I'm thinking an AD Mitchell would be a solid choice here for them.
But they got Marquise Brown, Hollywood Brown in the offseason. Doesn't that solve everything they had wrong with their team? I mean, he's a direct replacement for Tyreek Hill from a couple years ago. Sorry, I'm being absurd. I'm doing that thing. What's things? Chris's things with cats. Yeah, I don't know.
Well, and
I don't know.
Well, he does fill the speed guy role. You know, if that's not going to be the primary focus of your offense, because like he's just not that good. But I hope they take Lad McConkey. Yeah, he's fine. You know, like this again. There's like you could say any of 8 receivers here, and I'd be like, okay, cool.
I can't. I just think of him as like the Irish version of a '70s slur, McHonky. That's all I can hear when I hear his name.
I hope we don't end up with him because I don't want to be saying Lad McConkey for 5 years.
I love saying McConkey.
Lad McConkey, Detroit Lions.
Oh man.
Xavier from Texas, Mark brought up here, and like I don't think anyone should draft him in the first round. So do they need a speedster with MVS? MVS isn't good, so yes. Like he's a. I put him in the same category I put Josh Reynolds in, where like you have good receivers when he's not one of your starting receivers anymore.
So we got Goodell doing a little bit of a chatter here. Let's see what he's going to talk about.
Young man by the name of Justin Laverne, who was diagnosed with renal failure at age 15 and received a kidney transplant from his father just last year.
Like,
Goodell's in the liver
I'm not going to make
now.
jokes because we're talking about a kid who was suffering from kidney
got him
failure.
through those treatments. Please welcome Justin to the stage, whose wish is to announce the first-round draft pick for his beloved Kansas City Chiefs. I'd like all of you to join me in cheering on Justin as his wish comes true. The floor is yours, Justin. Go get him, baby.
That's pretty sweet, actually.
The Buffalo Bills have traded the 28th pick to the Kansas City Chiefs. With the 28th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the back-to-back Super Bowl champions Kansas City Chiefs select Xavier Worthy.
Oh my goodness, record speed. Xavier Worthy ran 4.
Good job, kid. Good job, kid. All right. Man.
Well, there's 1,000-yard receiver who ran below a 4.3, and the Chiefs are the team that drafted him. So maybe this will work out on like all of the other first-round guys who ran that fast.
Let me tell you what he ran. All right. Xavier Worthy, wide receiver, Texas, 4.21 40, 9.41 RAS. Tremendous playmaker who has top-tier level acceleration and explosiveness. He's dynamic with a ball in his hand, always a threat to score. A+ route runner who can consistently pull a great release off the line of scrimmage and into his stem. Able to increase acceleration to where he gets the DB to open his hips before making a smooth and sharp cut, and he consistently stacks and tracks well. Where can he improve? Well, he drops show up within his game and can frustrate you. Not the point where you think he can't catch, but ones that he shouldn't drop. He has to eliminate those moments from his game. And that's going to bother Mahomes if that shows up. He's getting off press coverage in an area where he can definitely grow his game. If he can combine excellence there with how well he gets a release off the line, he'd be where you'd want him to be. There you go, Xavier Worthy. We've got a Jeff Risdon ready to pop. Let me hit him up on the phone here. Let's get him rocking and rolling. Yeah. Oh, it's working. It's doing what it's supposed to.
Hey.
Riz, what do you mean it's loud there? There's like nobody there.
I took a little walk, so we're good.
All right. How you doing, brother? Just give me like a feel for the draft. What's going on down there?
It's been pretty crazy. Just scabs and scabs of people everywhere. I got down here about 11 this morning, and it was like, I don't know, decent crowd, but it just kept filling and filling and filling, and it was unreal. Just the noise, the cacophony of everything was great, and so
where I'm at, we can't see Selection Square, so I didn't see the reaction when Tyrion got drafted, but it felt like we heard it.
Did you feel safe while you were down there? Number one, that's the most important part.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. And we had quite a few people that came up and recognized me, and a couple of people took selfies with me. Some podcast listeners. It was nice to meet those guys.
All right.
And yeah, so it was cool. And there was fans from all different. I saw jerseys of every single team today. And one of the cool things about the draft is that, like, Vikings fans and Lions fans and Bears fans and Packers fans are getting their pictures taken together and, like, rooting for each other. It's like a friendly rivalry instead of, like, the acrimony that we get on social media so much. And I like that. Chris, you know how I am like that. I like that stuff, and I ate that up, and I thought it was great.
You're a lover, not a fighter, Riz. I know that.
That's right. I am.
Pick us in for the Cowboys. We'll bring Goodell there for you. So let while we're waiting on him to. Oh wait, he's here. Let's get the pick in really quick and then.
9th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Tyler Guyton, tackle, Oklahoma.
There you go, Tyler Guyton. I think he's getting drunker as the night goes on for sure this time, Riz. The commission is. We'll get our card up for a second on Tyler for to Dallas, but Riz, talk about Tyrion for us. How do you feel about this pick?
So I was told leaving the combine that he was the number one player on their defensive board, and for them to get him at 24 is unreal. I thought they were going to have to trade up to 15, 14, 13 to go get him. So the fact that they got him is just I can't believe that they were able to wait that long and still get it. But it's a very weird draft with all the quarterbacks and offensive linemen going. So, that's where we are.
Yeah. That tackle run that Ash called out is coming late. Is starting to hit. Yeah.
He did. It was.
Oh, we still got you, Riz?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, okay. You broke up just a little bit. I thought we got hit by the cell monster. What do you see Arnold starting year one?
Absolutely, yes. He will be starting. He pushes Amik Robertson down probably to a reserve role, but that's kind of where you want him to begin with. It was still like I would have been okay with Carlton Davis as your number one, but it's better that he's a number two.
Yeah. So the kind of the conversation about this is that maybe we gave away a little bit in value, but we got the guy we want. Dallas got 29 and 73rd. And we got 24 and they're 2025 7th on that. What do you think of the value on that?
Hoped for like a 5th next year instead of a 7th, but you always pay a tax when you go up. Like the draft trade charts, they're not rules. They're sort of like parameters that you work around.
Yeah.
And the team that goes up usually pays a tax to go up, and they did, but. The biggest reason why you would want to move up and pay the extra here is because the Green Bay Packers were going to take Tyrion Arnold at 25. A lot of people were convinced of that. So, and there was some interesting reaction in the media room from a couple of people that were not too happy about that.
Yeah. Quick question for you: are you going to grab some square deep dish pizza that has 4 slices for $10.99 from Malone's Tavern to fuel up during the draft tomorrow?
Oh, that sounds really, really good, actually.
It's in Warren. We can get you the numbers. Frank the Tank is hanging, man. I'm sure you probably don't pay for the meal, and he would die if you showed up, dude. He would get the hug of your life.
Yeah. So tomorrow we do have a couple of things that I'm not allowed to tell you about with the Lions during the day. And then I will be in Allen Park tomorrow night for the draft. I'm not going to come back down here, but I will be down like at some time during the day. So if I can get over to Malone's, that might be good. And by the way, personally, I don't mind them trading away 73 because it makes my Friday night a hell of a lot easier.
Yeah, I unfortunately have to do the show to the last pick. Otherwise, I'd get some early Call of Duty in, but that's fine. Whatever. We'll live. We'll live. Okay, Riz, let's get your last thoughts. They got their corner. What are they looking at tomorrow when the draft comes around?
Still thinking it's either going to be interior offensive line. or maybe wide receiver if the right wide receiver is there. Depends on kind of who that will be, but they know that they need offensive line help. That's been made very clear today. So I would expect something on offense. For the folks that are belly aching, that they're not getting pass rush. Remember a couple of years ago where I said they like their linebackers, just sort of shrugged it off as like that's just what they do. They're like that with their pass rush this year. They like it, whether the fans like it or not. They like it. So I would not expect much there. You might get something, 6th, 7th round. Is like a project, but you're not going to be getting a front line guy.
Yeah.
So wide receiver, maybe interior offensive line, offensive tackle. It was interesting that Jordan Morgan went like the next pick because he was my most likely pick at 29 if all the cornerbacks were gone. So I wonder what's going to happen with it. But with just one pick, it wouldn't surprise me actually.
Really quick, let me get Goodell.
Nate Wiggins, defensive back, Clemson.
Clemson cornerback Nate Wiggins going to Baltimore. Sorry to interrupt you, Riz. I can't stop the commish. He doesn't listen to me.
Yeah, he doesn't. Yeah, he's. I guess stories for that later for later time. But yeah, a trade back tomorrow night wouldn't surprise me. Where they move back, handful of picks, and pick up an extra like 4th or a 5th round or something like that too, just to recoup so they can build up a little bit of cheap depth. Yeah, because that is becoming more and more important after we paid Panay and Amon-Ra what we did yesterday. That
makes sense. Sense.
And that was awesome. It's so cool to see him get rewarded. He's very appreciative and. It's going to be good.
Yeah. Our next show, I got some stuff on that too. So we'll talk about that. That'll be good. Let me get you with one last thing. I know you want to get back there and you want to have the experience. So I don't want to hold you up a lot, but Danny Kelly from The Ringer has the player comp for Terrion as Darius Slay. How close do you find that? Do we lose you?
It feels like we lost him.
Oh wait, hold on, Riz. Hold on, we lost you on the thing. Let me get you back.
Just not on the feed.
Damn it. He was talking about it too. He answered it and we lost him. All right, Riz, are you back now? I think we got you.
I can't hear anything.
I think we lost Riz. All right, brother. Be good. The Riz has departed. Let me ask you, Ash. What do you think about that comp of Darius Slay?
Well, the thing is, like, Darius Slay's main selling feature coming out was like just speed. Like, it was also like in everything but that, though. I think it's a pretty good comp. Like, he's a tenacious guy in coverage. Guys do have to fight for every yard, and that's what the Lions are going to want. I don't think he's the same kind of athlete that Darius Slay was, but I think his game is significantly more polished.
Slay had those hips, man, and that's where I think Arnold kind of doesn't quite have that turn that Darius had. I've never in person, it's the first time, and I've never seen anything quite like the hip turn that Slay had in camp. It blew. It was like his spine was disconnected from his hips. It really was, the way they would flip and go before the rest of his body caught up. It's incredible. It was really incredible the way that guy could move. So yeah, that's probably a spot where there's a gap in that comp, but. Anyway, all right, we're back at it. Let's we got to get Nate Wiggins up. And after I do this, Mrs. DLP, can we go back and grab the Dallas pick, Tyler Guyton, after I pull this card up? So Nate Wiggins, cornerback out of Clemson, went to Baltimore. He is 4.28 40, 9.44 RAS. Explosive athlete with some superb feet. Quiet and busy feet are what give him the ability to mirror and match receivers at the line of scrimmage. Top tier acceleration and speed to turn and run with virtually any receiver. He's able to play the upfield shoulder of a wideout and smoothly transition out of a cut to break on the route. You changed it too early on me. Let's go to Tyler Guyton. Offensive tackle. This is what Dallas got out of Oklahoma. 5.19 40. RAS score 973. Mountain of an offensive tackle prospect who plays up to his size despite being 6'7". He actually got really good knee bend, which helps him stay in a strength generation process. Able to execute a lot at the perimeter blocks as well. Hinge, kick out, fan, pin, and seal. Solid in pass rush. Pass pro, he's able to anchor down and subdue a bull rush. As far as opportunities for improvement, he has to continue to rework his hands inside once engaged. He does a solid job initially winning the hands first battle, but defenders' hands are able to get inside and disengage from the block. He needs to be more consistent when tasked with blocking on the move at the second level out on the perimeter. I just wanted to get the Tyler thing in there, but on the Clemson corner, when we talk to areas for improvement, and it's not something he can really improve on, he's not a tall guy. Right. And that's going to be a little bit of a challenge against bigger receivers in the NFL.
He also doesn't like playing the run. Like it's not that he, like, his size is obviously the reason why he's not like standing up blocks and, stacking shedding linemen and stuff. But like, even when you're watching him chase plays down, like, he will chase a play down 90 yards downfield.
Mm-hmm.
But if he had been a little more kind of, what's the word I'm looking for, insistent on getting there earlier, he could have in a lot of cases. Like, he'll run himself into whoever is blocking on the way there and basically matador his way around them. So if a little, just slightly more insistent guy was there, he might have been able to stop it at 40 instead of 70.
Interesting. Yeah.
But that's really that's kind of the downside. If you want to keep reading Emery's thing, I'm not going to stop you.
I'll just get back to it really quick for the areas of opportunities for improvement. Times where he's sitting a little bit too high in his back pedal, whether that it's tough for him to transition out, causing an awkward transition, giving the receiver just enough to stack him. I have a feeling that's a height thing. Also, just playing kind of cheating because of that little. I keep saying little because he's not as tall as he needs to be there. Gets two hands at the top of the route as opposed to the beginning of the route. Has to be able to flip that as a pro. Otherwise, it's a penalty city. There you go. Thank you, Mrs. DLP. Great work in the truck down there, by the way. You're killing it.
Very much like the player. Like, he's a really good player, but was never going to be a Lion.
No.
It's one of those things where you have to like basically be like, if I'm making like a list based on goodness of prospect, he would be very high on that list. But if I was making a list of like potential Detroit Lions, he's not even on that board.
Yes. All right. 49ers pick is in. There's 33 picks. I don't know how this happened. I messed something up. So we won't have that on the scroll. The Carolina picked the last one in the scroll, but we will get the 49ers and the Buffalo Bills at 32, who traded with the Kansas City Chiefs. This is a good day for the Lions. This is a really good day for the Lions in this draft. They've got a great prospect. We got the commissioner coming here, and they didn't give up a whole lot to get him. I mean, this is a good takeaway.
With the 31st pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Ricky Pearsall, wide receiver, Florida.
Good pick. He's a good cat.
Yep.
I don't know what it is about cats.
Well, once he got rid of that terrible Florida quarterback from a year ago, suddenly he can catch when it's not 10 feet over his head.
At 1,000,000 miles an hour because he had arm strength, remember?
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. That's exactly. Big guy throws hard.
He's good. I don't know that
quarterback is harder than that.
Yeah. I don't know that
this surprises me.
Yeah, he's this high of a pick, we'll say, but
yeah, this is a guy I kind of would have thought might have been there for the Lions' 3rd round pick. But he got a lot of buzz recently, probably because San Francisco was high on him. Like, this guy flew up the online boards in the last week and a half or so.
Yeah. And he's one that we don't have
there's no reason you would expect this to happen. This is the shock.
Yeah.
This is the one where you're like, what? Really?
Yeah.
But yeah, someone in the chat says AD Mitchell on the board and they took Ricky. I think Ricky has a pretty good chance to have a better career than AD Mitchell.
How do I spell Pearsall? Why can't I? I've watched him play for freaking 2 years. Why don't I know how to spell his last name?
P-E-A, like pear Saul.
P-A-R?
2 L's. S-A-L-L. Yep, pear. Like the fruit. Pear.
P-E-A-R. That's it.
Yep.
That's where I was getting it. All right, there he is. Okay. Let's talk about Ricky Pearsall's strengths. Number 6 at flanker position for Emery, just so you know. He says he'd take his chances with him winning any one-on-one battle, does a fantastic job of getting the defender to open up their hips and declare before making his move. He also has excellent hands and is an easy catcher of the ball, has a flair for the dramatic as well in that regard. That's very true. He actually, I saw that a lot. I watched a lot of him play, so I can totally see where Emery's coming from there. He plays a little bit leaner than 193 pounds. Feel like he could stand to get a little stronger moving forward as far as a place to get a little better. And handsy defensive backs tend to tie him up longer than he should. Need to be much more forceful and violent with his hands. So there's your Ricky Pearsall stuff. Boy, all right.
Yeah, and
Emery.
like he's not your ex receiver. You know, like that's not who this player is. He's probably gonna play a little more outside than slot, but he can also be the slot guy for you when you go to 3 wide if you don't have one, which I mean, like the 49ers are fine in that regard.
Panthers.
But, yeah.
Panthers just traded with the Bills. So they went from they just flipped up one spot. They were first of the second round.
Okay.
And so
the
the
Bills
Panthers
are piling up
picks
day
in.
3 assets.
Yeah.
Which makes sense because they've kind of put a lot of money into players that haven't done a whole bunch for them recently, so they kind of need to stock up on the depth.
After the Lions pick at 61, they go 93 selections without a pick, nearly 3 full rounds without a pick. Ugh, trade back incoming. Yeah, potentially.
Yep.
And it is
or a trade up.
Yeah. Put it up, package it all in on the one, package it all up for one guy. Right? Get yourself that. I don't know what you do though.
Yep.
I mean, who's your edge that you want at this point? You want Fisk?
Yeah, like no. Well, yes, but like not
that
like
bad.
I'm lighting the world on fire to come up and get. You know what I mean? Like that's another one of those like 5th-year senior or only really did super well in the last year. Yada 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 yada.
Yep.
Which is going to be a lot more common going forward, and maybe I have to rethink whether I think that's such a huge negative, just because the promising 4th-year guy in day 3 is a thing of the past. For like at least till next year.
Yeah. All right, the pick is in. Carolina Panthers, last pick. Mr. First round irrelevant. You know they're going to expand that, right? Because everything they do too much of, everything that works they do too much of, there's going to be a Mr. Irrelevant every round now. You're Mr. Irrelevant of the first round. Yeah, it's so stupid.
I wonder which receiver they're going to take, because like that they have to get their guy some damn receivers.
What, that red-faced Minnesota Viking isn't going to do it for him? A little too much creatine there, fella.
Yep. Yeah. Amazing how that works.
Oh, man. Thank you, Baba Land. Bill's Place. Don't forget, we will be back tomorrow night with 2 rounds of picks in the NFL draft.
What, 2 more rounds of this? I sure know I do.
Better.
Right up in your guts.
Right up in your nuts.
Hanging around your kidneys.
These nuts.
Sorry. Mitchell Leggett. Leggett's not a bad cat either. A bad guy to pick either. Here comes the drunken commissioner. He's walking like he's got weak legs. Collar's a little loose
now. The Buffalo
now.
Bills have traded the 32nd pick to the Carolina Panthers. With the 32nd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Xavier Leggett, wide receiver, South Carolina.
There you go.
All right, Chief. That's his name now.
Ooh, Chief.
King has spoken.
Yeah, let's get him in here. Well, he's talking shit. I don't know what the fuck. Let's see what he says here.
Thank you. See you at 7 o'clock tomorrow night.
Yeah, you too, buddy. All right, Xavier Leggett, wide receiver, South Carolina, 4.39 40, 9.9 RAS. Not a bad guy. Not a bad guy from an athletic position or speed. Elite level. We interviewed him again. This is a good one to go back for from the Senior Bowl interviews we did. He was a great interview. Has a total man from the South. I mean, he fits, right? Carolina has a Carolinian, right? He fits in exactly. He is a definite Southern gentleman. Elite level effort and competitor. You'll see him going all out on plays away from the football on both ends of offense. He's an explosive talent who has the ability to score the ball from anywhere on the field, whether it's with a catch and run or deep ball downfield. Built like a running back and runs like one with the ball. His opportunities here, his route running could be a bit more polished. Still a bit rugged around the edges in that regard, especially on the deeper routes. So there you go, Xavier Legette.
This is what I believe one of the...
Oops, wrong button. It's labeled and I still hit the wrong button.
All good, brother. All good.
Woo!
Yeah, it's I am absolutely, I thought Pearsall and Legette would kind of go in the same spot, but I thought that would kind of be end of round 2, beginning of round 3. Shows what I know. Yeah, but I think I've cashed quite successfully the idea that nobody knows where these guys are going to go in every piece of draft coverage that I have done.
Yeah. Do you think?
But yeah, that's.
Do you think Atlanta is making changes already in the front office right now as we speak?
They should be. Like, these are the people who basically stopped him from hiring Bill Belichick are the ones that are making this decision right here. And, like, this is the dumbest thing. Like, I'm just going to straight up call this the stupidest thing I've ever seen an NFL team do in the NFL draft. Like, it's ridiculous. You go out and you spend that money at that position because they didn't spend a small amount of money. Like, they went out and spent a giant bag on a quarterback and then took one in the first round. Like, where is the cognitive disconnect on this here? I don't understand how you can do both of those things and have it make any sense at all.
And let's just talk about where they're at, what they've done internally. This is from Kirk Cousins' agent. Yes, it was a big surprise. Yep. We had no idea this was coming. The truth is the whole league had no idea this was coming. We got no heads up. Kirk got a call from the Falcons when they were on the clock. That was the first we heard. It never came up in any conversation. They're going to have some problems. They're going to have some, I mean, not just talent problems, but they're going to have problems. I mean, this is going to tear the locker room apart, right? I mean, this is going to, people are just going to take sides, right? It's a bad move. This is organizationally a terrible move, and I am so happy that I'm a Detroit Lions fan and not an Atlanta Falcons fan.
Yeah. Yeah. That's 100%. There's just, it's an indefensibly bad choice. Like, none of the people who were involved in this decision-making process should ever have NFL jobs again. And like it just blows my mind that they've been so public and so vocal. What I really wish, actually, is I wish we had been paying attention to the Pat McAfee draft feed, because they had Bill Belichick on for the whole draft, and I really want to know what he had to say when they made that pick. I'm going to go back and watch that again.
If I'm him, like, I just picture him going,
Yep. Like, the level of dysfunction required to do what they did is, like, Matt Millen didn't do anything this stupid in his entire run with the Detroit Lions.
Yeah. Like, yeah. And he tried.
And he did some really dumb things. Like, he did some real stupid things every single season that he was in charge for the Detroit Lions. No individual decision was this dumb. Like, the third time he drafted a wide receiver in the first round in 4 years, like, they still needed a wide receiver.
Let me really quickly. I'm going to have go ahead. We're going to get over to the Brad Holmes presser here in just 1 second.
Sweet.
Get us, if you will, just carry us to that. I've got to change one quick thing here, and we can do that.
Again, the Atlanta Falcons are the stupidest front office in the NFL, and there is no way to defend what they've done here. It goes against everything that you do in team building to sign an ultra high priced, the top tier priced quarterback free agent, and then waste a top 10 pick on his backup. Because I like Michael Penix.
I want to get into it with Brad right now. Let's do this.
Conference for a very long time. And, again, Saban, you see him in practice. He spends a lot of times with those DBs. Every time I've been to practice, in Alabama practice. So, again, it gives you a little bit higher level of comfort.
Brad, what did you learn about his mindset and the way he's wired during the pre-draft process?
Yeah, I mean, he's got, a lot of energy, again, he's got a challenge mindset. He's got a challenge mentality. He's got the physicality. I mean, he's gritty, and that's just and he's still developing. That's the thing about him. I mean, he's still growing and he's still getting better. But that's what you kind of love about him. He is a corner. He is, I don't want to say flashy guy. He's a big personality, but in a good way. I think you guys will enjoy him. He's got a great smile. He's got a lot of energy. He's got different interests. So I know me and Dan enjoyed our time that we spent with him, and as well as all of our coaches. So the mindset checked. That box was checked, and obviously the player and the skill set check. And as you guys know, it's more than just the skill set for us. That's the easy part. That's the easy part to see if someone is athletic, to see if someone can run fast, can change directions. That's you can do that day one. It's like, how's a guy wired? And we felt good about that.
Brad, you said he was the number one corner on your board. I don't think that's going to surprise many people. I think probably a lot of teams agreed with you. But there was a group, I guess, of corners there that maybe some people had differently ordered. I'm just curious, how close was that group of 3 to 5 corners for you guys? And really, what was the thing that maybe set Terrion apart from that collective?
Yeah, and again, this is the great thing about the draft. It's 31 other rankings and boards, but we had a pretty, let's call it, significant line underneath him to the next guy, in our opinion. So it wasn't, we didn't have a lot of guys that were up there, even in that first round bucket at that position. So. But he was one of those small few that was even up there in consideration for us. But it was a line. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
All right, there you go. All right, so it looks like they're going to have somebody else back. We'll see what's going on that. We'll give them a minute here. If you're okay giving them a minute.
Yeah, why not?
We don't have to. I got a 9 o'clock tomorrow, right?
Yeah. Fair enough. Yeah, you're the one who has stuff to do in the morning, bro. I'm tagging along with my wife tomorrow as she checks out a bunch of places she might want to work. Yeah. I get to stand there and be pretty.
Well, that's nice. You're the right man for the job on that one.
Absolutely, my friend.
All right. Well, I'll tell you what.
With my mirrored sunglasses, like I own the place.
Yeah. Let's take that. Let's use that. Let's call it a show from there. We got the Brad in. All right. We got the thank you, Gino, for calling out the Brad press conference being on. Appreciate that. Unless he pops on in the next minute, we'll call this a thing. Let's just get your quick wrap, Ash, on the show today, or the draft today, and what's your takeaways from it?
Well, basically, Tyrion Arnold is awesome, and I like it when the Lions pick awesome players. That's my take on this draft. People asking if I'm mad that they didn't take a receiver. No, I'm not. Not sure what I said that made them think that was a possibility. But yeah, the Lions got better today. And awesome. They did it with a late round pick, taking a player that most prognosticators had ranked much higher than the 24th best player in this draft. So when Brad Holmes says that this was the best defensive player on their board, I don't think he's lying to us. And when you get that at 24, granted, this is not a good draft for defense. I've been saying this whole time that like day 3 of this draft, man, I wish they would trade all of those picks and move up as high as they possibly can, because after like about pick 130, 140, this draft falls off a cliff, and it's basically because the defense just isn't there. Like, I've never had so much trouble finding guys that I like at all, because like everyone on day 3 is that 5th-year senior who last year you might have taken them late in the draft because you were like, okay, they were at a small school, maybe there's something to build there, but then they went to a bigger school this year, or they didn't, and then they still weren't good, or they went to a bigger school and they were blindingly average in the SEC. You know what I mean? So like, you're just kind of looking at it, and it's kind of hard to get excited about a 24-year-old in the draft who looks okay, like he might be all right. And that's what you're looking at in round 6 and 7 for the most part anyway, is guys where you're like, well, there's a nugget of something there. And I had a rough time finding them this year. And that's usually my favorite thing to do, is pile up day 3 gems. You know what I mean? Like guys that I think are going to be great. And they're all on offense, boys.
All right.
Every single one that's really good.
Good fella. Brad Holmes is the best GM ever from Donkey Kong. Super Bowl or bust, Donkey Kong. And then also, I like the Arnold pick, but now we don't pick till 61 and then 150s. Let's just see how that plays out. Let's see what happens. Also, Barstool put this on the X. Terry Arnold introducing himself to a sea of Detroit Lions fans is the best thing you'll see tonight. I'm going to play the audio for that for everyone. So here, let's give it a shout.
Hey, I'm home, man. I'm home. Hey, these fans going to be crazy, man. Golly.
The Lions have announced themselves as Super Bowl contenders. What are you going to help this franchise get there?
You already said it. I'm going to help them win a Super Bowl. Listen to that. Hold on.
He's that guy.
Yeah. That's a cornerback right there.
Hey, it's amazing, man. We're going to go crazy.
There you go. And I mean, let's be straight. I mean, my guy said, I'm home. It does. It means so much, man. It just means so much.
We have come so far from the Quinn Trisha era, where it was like, even just what Amon-Ra St. Brown said about when he was drafted in Detroit and the perception he had of what that was going to be, where his literal words when he saw the 313 area code pop up were, wow, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Like, just how far we've come from that to now we have this guy getting drafted in the first round and being like, yeah,
golly,
best possible outcome. Yep. I get to contend for a Super Bowl as a rookie. I don't have to spend time, because that's the thing. That's the downside of getting drafted high when you're an NFL, like a prospect, is you're usually going to a pretty garbage team. Like, that's just usually how that goes. We had, barring trade ups and yada yada, so on and so forth. But like, when you fall to one of these teams in the 20s, and like one of them loves you enough to come up and get you from their spot specifically. Like, and he also said, like, he literally, without actually saying the words, pretty much said that this was going to happen before the draft. Like, he was directly asked, are the Lions going to trade up for you? And I'm going to misquote him, because he said something that was like the best response ever, but he basically just said, like, I'm not going to give away the secrets.
Yeah.
I haven't been able to find the quote from the tweet earlier from one of the Lions beat guys, but they straight up asked him, and he just kind of said, like, I'm not giving up the secret plans, basically.
Yeah. All right. With that, let's call it. We had a good show. We had a good draft. This is day 1. Do not be locked in that we're 61 and then 164. There's a lot that's going to change, and there's a lot that can happen. And Brad Holmes is a crafty character. So I'm again, I have no worries. I have no worries about where we're going to land. And what we've got coming. All right, remember, don't forget us on Patreon, patreon.com/Detroit Lions podcast to get access to the Slack chat if you join for at least $5 a month. There's a great conversation going on there right now. Good stuff, and you get access to that when you join for $5 a month. It's a good group of people to hang out with. Also, follow us on Twitter at DET Lions Podcast. It's when you know the show's going, when it's not going, where we're going, what's going on, going, and soon to be gone. But we got all that stuff happening, and that's the place to check it out, at DET Lions Podcast. Do not follow Mr. Tweetson. Do not follow Mr. Tweetson. He does not want people to follow him. He would much rather you follow.
There are more than 600 of you now. Stop doing it.
He would much prefer you follow DET Lions Podcast. Be sure to go to DetroitLionsPodcast.com. Subscribe to the podcast so we can pop into your ears automatically. Your ears, your box, wherever you want. Yeah, wherever you want us. We're there automatically. Thank you for tuning in. We're going to see you next time from the Detroit Lions Podcast. Ash, thank you very much for joining. I can't wait to do this again tomorrow night. We'll have some fun. Remember, no pants, no toasters, no hot tubs, no problems, because we are your top drafting Detroit Lions and Reddit connection. See you tomorrow, folks.